Iran has been a threat to the United States and the free world for 47 years. Chants of death to America, targeting our people, killing Americans, lying and blackmailing their way toward a nuclear weapon, so they thought. No longer. Not on our watch. Other presidents marked time and kicked the can down the road. President Trump made history. From the strike that took out Qasem Soleimani, to tearing up the disastrous Obama-Iran deal, to the precision campaign that obliterated Iran's nuclear sites in Operation Midnight Hammer, to the decisive military victory we just achieved in Operation Epic Fury. No other president has shown the courage and resolve of this commander-in-chief. President Trump forged this moment. Iran begged for this ceasefire, and we all know it. As the President truth this morning, a big day for world peace. Iran wants it to happen. They've had enough. Operation Epic Fury was a historic and overwhelming victory on the battlefield. A capital V military victory. By any measure, Epic Fury decimated Iran's military and rendered it combat ineffective for years to come. You see, in less than 40 days, one of our combatant commands, Central Command, CENTCOM, using less than 10% of America's total combat power, dismantled one of the world's largest militaries. The world's leading state sponsor of terrorism proved utterly incapable of defending itself, its people, or its territory. We untied just a fraction of our strength, and Iran suffered a devastating military defeat. Together with our Israeli partners, America's military achieved every single objective on plan, on schedule, exactly as laid out from day one. Iran's Navy is at the bottom of the sea, whether it's the Soleimani class, their frigate class, their prized drone aircraft carriers, submarines, mine layers, sunk. Iran's Air Force has been wiped out. Iran no longer has an air defense, any sort of a comprehensive air defense system. We own their skies. Their missile program is functionally destroyed. Launchers, production facilities, and existing stockpiles depleted and decimated. And almost completely ineffective. Iran shot hundreds and hundreds of missiles and one-way attack drones at our aircraft carrier. They were obsessed with it, and they never got even close. Every single one of those shots easily shot down miles and miles away from the Abe Lincoln. They were blowing ammo into fantasy land. Contrast that with, most significantly, in last night's wave of more than 800 strikes, we finished completely destroying Iran's defense industrial base, a core pillar of our mission objective. What little they have left buried in bunkers is all they will have. They can still shoot, we know that. Their command and control is so decimated they can't really talk and coordinate, so they still may shoot here and there, but that would be very, very unwise. But they can no longer build missiles, build rockets, build launchers, or build UAVs. Their factories have been razed to the ground, set back in historic fashion. You see, had Iran refused our terms, the next targets would have been their power plants, their bridges, and oil and energy infrastructure. Targets they could not defend and could not realistically rebuild. It would have taken them decades, and we were locked and loaded. They couldn't defend against it. President Trump had the power to cripple Iran's entire economy in minutes, but he chose mercy. He spared those targets because Iran accepted the ceasefire under overwhelming pressure. The new Iranian regime understood that a deal was far better than the fate that awaited them. This new regime just happened to look at what happened to their predecessors. Their top leadership was systematically eliminated. The previous Iranian supreme leader, dead. The Supreme National Security Council secretary, dead. The Supreme Leader Office Advisor, dead. The Supreme Leader Military Office Chief, dead. The Defense Minister, no longer with us. The IRGC Commander, dead. The Armed Forces General Staff Commander, dead. The Intelligence Minister, dead. The IRGC Navy Commander, no longer here. The IRGC Intel Chief, dead. I skipped over a bunch, and I could go on and on and on, to include the new so-called new Supreme Leader wounded and disfigured. This new regime was out of options and out of time, so they cut a deal. They know this agreement means that they will never, ever possess a nuclear weapon. Under the terms, any nuclear material they should have will be removed. Any material, they should not have will be removed. Right now, their dust is deeply buried and watched 24/7 overhead. The president has been clear from the beginning, there will be no Iranian nuclear weapons. Period. Full stop. Other presidents said it. President Trump did it. Operation Epic Fury. Less than 6 weeks, clear mission, decisive action, overwhelming firepower, America first, a historic battlefield victory. For decades, Iran killed Americans with roadside bombs in Iraq, using cowardly proxies to do their dirty work while they hid safely in Tehran. They struck our embassies with car bombs and attacked from the shadows, never daring to face us toe-to-toe. They thought they could bleed America with impunity. Well, they just learned the hard way what happens when you try to fight us directly. And even when they got lucky, one time in 40 days, and down 2 of our pilots, they couldn't hold them. In a daring 14-hour rescue operation, 7 hours in daylight and 7 hours of night, both pilots were recovered safely. Not once, but twice. A daylight thunder run right up the middle of their country. Boots on the ground. A midnight raid right up the middle of their country. Boots on the ground. 0 American casualties. The Iranians humiliated and demoralized. We control their fate, not the other way around. That's why they came to the table. Iran's defeat is America's retribution for every American lost to Iranian terror, especially those brave troops killed by Iranian-made roadside bombs in Iraq that my generation knows so well, and for the suffering their regime has inflicted around the world. Now we have a chance at real peace and a real deal. The War Department, for now, has done its part. We stand ready in the background to ensure Iran upholds every reasonable term. And as everyone knows, nobody makes a better deal than President Trump. To the warriors of Epic Fury, I say well done. You're the backbone of our country. Your skill, your bravery, and sheer guts and grit showed the world what America is all about. I'm proud of you. We're proud of you. President is proud of you. Job well done. But stay vigilant and stay ready. To the families of our fallen, your sacrifice was in service of a historic cause, and we will always remember your heroes, our heroes. We will continue to honor them. And to our Israeli allies, thank you for being a brave, capable, and willing ally on this battlefield. The rest of the world and the rest of our so-called allies saw what real capabilities look like. They should take some notes. Our troops, our American warriors, deserve the credit for this day. But God deserves all the glory. Tens of thousands of sorties, refuelings, and strikes carried out under the protection of divine providence. A massive effort with miraculous protection. Dude 44 Bravo spoke for all of us. God is good. The chairman will now provide an even deeper military detail on the historic success of Operation Epic Fury. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for being here. I want to start this morning by honoring the 13 members of our American Joint Force who were killed in action thus far during this operation. Their sacrifice and that of their families is deeply important to us, and we are grateful. We are grateful for each of them, and will continue to mourn their loss. Their names and their bravery will never be forgotten. On February 28th, the President of the United States ordered the Joint Force to execute Operation Epic Fury with the direction to accomplish three distinct military objectives: destroy Iran's ballistic missile and drone capabilities, destroy the Iranian Navy, and destroy their defense industrial base to ensure that Iran cannot reconstitute the ability to project power outside their borders. Over the course of 38 days of major combat operation, the Joint Force achieved the military objectives as defined by the President. We welcome the ongoing ceasefire, and as the Secretary said, we hope that Iran chooses a lasting peace. But as Secretary Hegseth said, let us be clear, a ceasefire is a pause, and the Joint Force remains ready, if ordered or called upon, to resume combat operations with the same speed and precision as we've demonstrated over the last 38 days, and we hope that that is not the case. I want to congratulate and thank the leadership today at U.S. Central Command, including the Commander, Admiral Brad Cooper, the Deputy Commander, Lieutenant General Kevin Leahy, the Senior Enlisted Leader, Fleet Master Chief Compton, and every one of the component commanders, senior enlisted leaders, and especially the staff down at U.S. Central Command, who does not get called out for any of the credit, but grinds 24/7 to help offer the options that we bring to the Secretary and the President. I also want to highlight the forces in the United States European Command under the command of Alexis Grinkowicz, who protected the western flank in support of CENTCOM. And I want to thank our partners across the intelligence community. Our ability to see and understand what an adversary is doing help us to be as decisive as we must be on the battlefield. And that includes DIA, NSA, NGA, the CIA, and the National Reconnaissance Office, and others. I want to thank the other combatant commands who have thus far contributed along the way to U.S. Central Command. This includes Transcom, Stratcom, Spacecom, SOCOM, and Cybercom, all of whom poured all in support of CENTCOM's efforts. And I want to thank, as the Secretary did, our Gulf partners who fought alongside each and every one of us every day. From the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, and Jordan, all who joined us together to defend and protect our people and our assets, and who, if required, stand ready to do so again. And I want to thank my team at the Joint Staff, who work literally around the clock in order to help me offer the options that I must with the associated risks to the Secretary and to the President. They are the hardest working people that I know, and I am deeply grateful for their service. Most importantly today, I want to thank America's members of the Joint Force who've poured everything that they can into Operation Epic Fury, and their families who've worked 24 hours a day for 38 days. The Secretary and I could not be more proud of each and every one of you. And we deeply appreciate the support of the American people, who we know always have us in our thoughts and prayers. And we can feel this literally every single day. As the Secretary said, the United States has devastated the regime's ability to harm Americans and our interests for years to come. Since the beginning of major combat operations, the United States Joint Force has struck more than 13,000 targets, including in that 13,000, more than 4,000 dynamic targets that popped up on the battlefield and were immediately addressed, thanks to the exceptional command and control system and intelligence, acumen, and agility of our Joint Force. CENTCOM forces destroyed approximately 80% of Iran's air defense systems, striking more than 1,500 air defense targets, more than 450 ballistic missile storage facilities, 800 one-way attack drones storage facilities. All of these systems are gone. We've devastated Iran's command and control and logistical networks, destroying more than 2,000 command and control nodes and degrading their ability to target U.S. and friendly forces. It is, and we know this, incredibly frustrating right now to be a lower level Iranian commander trying to fight your fight. As the Secretary said, the Iranian Navy now lies mostly at the bottom of the Arabian Gulf, and we assess that we've sunk more than 90% of their regular fleet, including all of the major surface combatants, as the Secretary said. 150 ships are at the bottom of the ocean, and half of the IRGC Navy's small attack boats. Joint fires protected from the land, sea, and air executed more than 700 strikes against naval mine targets, and we had assessed that we destroyed more than 95% of their naval mines. And perhaps most importantly, we've destroyed Iran's defense industrial base, their ability to reconstitute those capabilities for years to come. We attacked, along with our partners, approximately 90% of their weapons factories. Every factory that produced Shahed one-way attack drones was struck. Every factory that produces the guidance systems that go into those drones was struck. Their missile defense industrial base is shattered, with more than 80% of their missile facilities gone, as well as their solid rocket motor production capability. It will take years for Iran to rebuild any major surface combatants, as more than 20 naval production and fabrication facilities have been damaged or destroyed. And nearly 80% of Iran's nuclear industrial base was hit, further degrading their attempts to attain a nuclear weapon. Throughout Operation Epic Fury, our joint force struck at the heart of Iran's ability to project power and threaten the United States and the region. And in order to do this, it required the service and sacrifice of more than 50,000 American warfighters deployed across CENTCOM, EUCOM, and stateside. The joint force flew more than 10,000 missions, including 62 bomber missions, 18 of which flew round trip from the United States to deliver bombs on military targets. Each of these missions was more than 30 hours in duration, and we did that 18 times. No other military in the world can do that. And it's a testament to the logistical force that quietly serves behind them. I cannot thank Transcom and the Air Force Tanker and Mobility Force more. Combined with Army and Navy joint fires, we struck more than 13,000 targets. And along with our Gulf partners, we've thus far intercepted 1,700 ballistic missiles and one-way attack drones, defending our forces and our partners in the civilian population. And we remain ready to do so should the need arise. Along the way, we consume more than 6 million meals, and by my estimate, more than 950,000 gallons of coffee, 2 million energy drinks, and a lot of nicotine, but I am not saying that we have a problem. I've laid out the statistics, but it does not truly capture the nature of combat. This is gritty and unforgiving business. It's chaotic, it's hot, it's dark, it's unpredictable, and there's always unknowns. And our people proudly walked into those unknowns and continue forward. And through it all, the joint force has demonstrated the unwavering resolve that the nation demands of us. We are a mission-focused force, and our objectives always is to create the conditions for peace, and today we have, while be ready should that peace break, which we hope it is not. And we remain ready. Before I turn it back to the Secretary, I also want to quickly revisit the rescue of the Air Force fighter crew over the weekend. To give you an update, we've had, the Secretary and I have had the profound honor of speaking directly with many of the warfighters on that mission, from the downed crew that were picked up to those forces that went and got them. Hearing these stories firsthand has only deepened our appreciation for their tenacity, creativity, courage, and grit of the American Joint Force. This is a story that gets to the very heart and soul of who we are as a joint force, who we are as Americans. Selfless sacrifice in service of others. From the backseater, Dude 44 Bravo, whose pure and unadulterated joy at seeing those helicopters come into the valley to get his front seater in daylight, because he knew the front seater did not have a jacket, and was so filled with heart leaping joy at his front seater getting picked up, to the nighttime folks that went in and then got him, to the tanker forces that did the things that they had to do to give their own gas away, to the support packages, to those that went into the desert landing site not once, not twice, but 3 times as we fought through multiple contingencies. This was and is a joint force that has the guts to try, that does not quit, and who each and every day does the things that we must to dare to win. No lives were lost. We succeeded because the joint force is always at the ready. They trust each other, they trust their leaders, and they trust their training. And they remember first, foremost, and always that we do these things so that others may live, and we will never leave anyone behind. The success of Operation Fury thus far, and we hope it remains, culminates with this incredible rescue over the weekend, a direct example of the professionalism and courage of the United States military and our joint force. It's the service members on the front lines, our partners in the region, our teammates in the intelligence community, our civilian leaders in the OSW side of the house, the American workers who build the tools and weapons that we use, and the American people who back us up that help us to go do these things. I stand here humbled today, but frankly not surprised by what the joint force has been able to do. Their performance is fueled by a deep commitment to each other, their mission, and to our country. It is an incredible, deep honor for me to be a part of this joint force, and I'm humbled by the service and sacrifice each and every day that I am lucky enough to see. And finally, as I always do, I ask that we never forget our fallen and their families, especially those 13 fallen from Operation Epic Fury. May we always be worthy of their sacrifice and honor their legacy. And with that, sir, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll take a few questions.
Alexander Ingersoll, One America News. First of all, thank you to our troops. What role is our military playing in escorting vessels through the Strait of Hormuz at this point? And the president said on Truth Social that the U.S. will be hanging around to make sure everything goes well. Obviously, Mr. Secretary, you just mentioned, we know the scars from hanging around in Iraq for decades. But what does that entail in terms of our military presence at this juncture?
Yeah, we'll be hanging around. We're not going anywhere. We're going to make sure Iran complies with this ceasefire, and then ultimately comes to the table and makes a deal. So we'll stay put, stay ready, stay vigilant, as the chairman laid out. Our troops are prepared to defend, prepared to go on offense, prepared to restart at a moment's notice with whatever target package would be needed in order to ensure that Iran complies. As far as the Strait, you saw the initial agreement that was struck, which is Iran's letting ships go through. So there'll be that will be happening. They will be sailing. And ultimately, as the president, I mean, we've done an incredible job militarily inside the Strait of Hormuz. What Admiral Cooper, I failed to mention Admiral Cooper's name. He's done a phenomenal job along with everybody at AFCENT and NAVCENT and ARCENT and all the components down there, laying the groundwork for Iran. Iran doesn't have the same ability to defend it the way they did before. And so, as the president has pointed out to the rest of the world, we barely get any of our energy out of the Strait, just a tiny fraction. It's time for the rest of the world to step up and ensure that that stays open after President Trump and the War Department brought Iran to the place where they are voluntarily opening it right now, as was announced last night. Yes, Jerry.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you both for the update. President Trump posted on Truth Social this morning that there has been a very productive regime change in Iran, and that there will be no enrichment of uranium, and the U.S. will work with Iran to dig up and remove the deeply buried nuclear dust. So I just have two questions here. So both you, Mr. Secretary, and the President have referred to a new regime in Iran. So is this not the regime that was at war with us for 47 years? And what do we think of when we're saying that this is a new regime? What are we thinking and what are we saying there? And then my second question is, with any future deal with Iran, is their handing over of all of their enriched uranium and they're promising not to enrich any future uranium a non-negotiable for the U.S.?
Well, it's always been non-negotiable that they won't have nuclear capabilities. And so right now it's buried and we're watching it. We know exactly what they have, and they know that. And they will either give it to us, which the president has laid out. They'll give it to us voluntarily. We'll get it. We'll take it out. Or if we have to do something else ourselves, like we did in Midnight Hammer or something like that, we reserve that opportunity. But what's clear, what the new Iranian regime knows, is they'll never have a nuclear weapon or the capability to get a path to one. As far as the new regime, you heard the list that I read. It's a new group of people who've seen the full capability of the United States military and has a new calculus about what it means to negotiate with us. Hence why they came to the table wanting a ceasefire and the shooting to stop. So this new regime, which the regime has been changed, has a different interaction with the U.S. Right here.
Mr. Secretary, thank you.
Oh,
Of course.
I was going in front right here.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary and General Caine. Mary Margaret with the Daily Wire. 2 questions. Iran has said that safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be possible in coordination with Iran's armed forces and, quote, technical limitations. What do you believe that means? And then we've also heard reports that Iran has continued striking targets well into this morning. At what point are we beyond a grace period? Are we giving them a grace period? Is there a miscommunication there? What's going on with that?
What we know is that Iran is going to say a lot of things. A lot of people are going to say a lot of things, claim a lot of things. What has been agreed to, what's been stated, is the strait is open. Our military is watching. I'm sure their military is watching, but commerce will flow. And that's what you saw the markets react to, is that reality. As far as shooting, that we were monitoring it last night in real time. Of course we are. Iran would be wise to find a way to get the carrier pigeon to their troops out in remote locations to know not to shoot any longer one-way attacks or missiles, because this takes time sometimes for ceasefires to take hold. We're watching it. We're prepared if necessary, but we hope and believe that it'll hold. Yes.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Why are you so rude? Just wait. I'm calling on people.
Thank you,
you go.
Secretary Hegseth. Yesterday in the President's Truth Social, he threatened to wipe out a civilization. That statement elicited a huge response in America. If Iran did not come to the table and make a deal yesterday by the deadline, was the president really prepared to wipe out Iran entirely?
Like I said, we had a target set, locked and loaded, of infrastructure, bridges, power plants. Remember, this is a terror regime. The military regime used all of these things for dual use to fund their military, to fund their terror campaigns. We had a lot of legitimate targets. They knew exactly the scope of what we were capable of. We hit some military targets on Karg, which is a bit of a signal. They can't defend it. And so Iran ultimately understood their ability, their future to produce, to generate power, to fuel their terrorist regime was in our hands, was in President Trump's hands. That's why they came to the table. He ultimately said, we can take it all from you. Your ability to export energy will be taken away. And the United States military has the ability to strike those things with impunity. That type of threat is what brought them to the place where they effectively said, hey, okay, we want to cut this deal. Yes, right here.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chairman. David Zier, Real America's Voice. During the ceasefire, what do we do when we see Iran rearming, regrouping, repositioning weapon systems and air defenses? And also, have we confirmed the specific model type of air defense or man pads that took down our F-15? And is it still a threat for our patrols?
We're still working through the specific details around that particular shoot down. And the crews, when they normally return, go through a debriefing process along with the other members of that flight that were out there, and they'll go back as they always do, and forensically look at what are the tactical lessons learned. Did we sense or see something? Could we have done something different? We do that, as I mentioned in a prior press conference, every single time we take any loss like that, so that we become a quick learning organization. On the other part of your question around the movement of Iranian military forces, U.S. CENTCOM will continue to monitor that situation. They will continue to have a series of response options, and if need be, will come to the Secretary and to the President for guidance and be prepared to do the things that they're ordered to do so against valid military targets in accordance with the normal procedures that we have.
I would just note, it's a good question. The more Iran moves forces, the more they emplace forces, the more easily targetable they are for us right now. Remember, we're able to look, we're able to see, we're able to sense. We know so if they try to preposition, they're just creating riper military targets for us to strike should they make the wrong decision at the table. Right here.
Mr. Secretary, Louis Martinez with ABC News. First, a question to General Caine, sir. In your personal opinion, were the risks of the Strait of Hormuz being closed because of the conflict, were they mitigated early enough in part of the decision-making process to lead up to the decision to take action against Iran? And in your opinion, is Iran in control of the Strait of Hormuz? We just heard the Secretary say that Iran is letting them ships through, which would imply that potentially it's not just. The Secretary also said that the U.S. That the strait is open. You did say that, sir. But in your opinion, sir, how can the U.S. ensure safe passage? Mr. Secretary, can you say today that the United States achieved, the administration achieved the military goals that you've constantly delineated? But strategically, is that a victory because of that? And also, you said earlier that the president chose mercy, but you yourself had said 3 weeks ago that we will give no quarter to Iranian troops. How do you correlate those two? And do you think that your comments may have put American troops at risk?
No. I try to be nice up here, but you did listen to what I said, right? I laid out the objectives. We believe we've accomplished them, and it's a historic military victory. And President Trump has the option as the commander-in-chief to compel an adversary to the table, which is precisely what he did. And at the end, he chose to say, you know what, I'd rather talk to you at the table than obliterate your capability to export oil and fund your terror regime. So he did make that choice. That was his choice. He was a president of peace, and he's been willing to make those really tough calls that the American people elected him to do. Nothing we've done, not a single thing we've done. This is a typical, of course, it's ABC. Not a single thing we've done has put an American troop in more of a harm's way. We've only set our troops up to harm Iranian military capabilities, which they've done to devastating fashion and to great success. Mr. Chairman, you had a part of that
There's a
question.
lot in that question. I'd love to take that offline and answer it, but I'm struggling to find exactly what your question was, and that's probably me, not you. Okay, all right. Sorry about
Mr.
that.
Chairman, it was an indictment framed as a question, so you're forgiven for not understanding. Go ahead, please. No, you've had your chance. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very
I
much.
believe so, based on the
Thank you very
diplomatic
much, Mr.
negotiation. So
Secretary.
I believe so.
It is
I
always
believe
nice
so.
to see you.
Sorry.
Mr. Kurd or Rahim Rashidi from Kurdistan. I'm representative Kurdistan TV and Kurdistan 24 today. I have two questions. Mr. Secretary, will your forces stay in the region and continue to defend and protect your allies and take the responsibility for their security? Second question is, as you mentioned many times, that you have full control of Iran airspace. Do you still have this control or not?
Well, thank you for the question. The chairman mentioned the UAE and Bahrain and Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, who have fought shoulder to shoulder with us, especially in defense of our facilities, of our people, of their facilities, and we appreciate that. So that coordination, of course, will continue. And then when it comes to the skies over Iran, I would point to Exhibit A and Exhibit B, 7 hours in the day, 7 hours at night. If any foreign adversary had attempted to do the same over our soil, they would have no ability to do so. Will they have a system here or there? Maybe. Do they have a network, a system that's capable of defending their skies? No, they don't. It's, as the chairman laid out, that's been dismantled, degraded, and destroyed. So it's a slight distinction, but an important one. Yes, right here. Go ahead.
General George in the middle of a war.
Excuse me. You got a question? Go ahead. Yep.
Yes,
Yep.
yes. Two questions actually for you. So during this time, is the president are you still encouraging civilians to rise up against the regime, or are they satisfied with this new regime change, or is this two-week period to kind of see where that leads? Also, talk about the enriched uranium going in there. Would that require special forces or other military, our service members? Who would be basically going in there and trusted to going in there to get that uranium out?
Mm-hmm. Again, on the uranium, we're watching it. We know what they have, and they will give it up, and we'll get it, and we'll take it. If we have to, we can do it in any means necessary. So that's something the president is going to solve for. We already have Midnight Hammer with the place we put them in, and the reason it's in the situation where it is. The second one was about the people. Listen, I would love to see the Iranian people take advantage of this opportunity. They have been oppressed by the previous regime, and they'll have a new opportunity with this regime. That remains to be seen. That was not our objective in this effort, but they're brave people. Horrible things have been done to them by the previous regime. Tens of thousands targeted and killed and assassinated in a way the government never should. And we wish them the best. Absolutely. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Good morning, you guys. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Almost afternoon, and some of you guys back east, almost 12 o'clock. Hopefully everybody's having a good day. Please like, subscribe, and share. Hit the thumbs up. Hit the thumbs up. Please subscribe to the channel here on YouTube. I know I'm on Facebook as well. Facebook is pretty self-explanatory. You don't still hit the like, still hit the share. Also on Twitch and Rumble and X at the same time. So all 5 platforms I'm currently on, but YouTube, please hit the like, subscribe, and share. So Pete Hegseth and Caine, what do you guys think? What do you guys think is going on? Do you think anything's going on? I need to get a poll. That's what I need to get going here on YouTube. I need to create a poll. I'll do that in a little bit. I'll create a poll. It sounds like to me, it sounds like they're saying it's a wrap. So what, day 38, day 37, it would have been a wrap, which would have been yesterday. 37 would have been yesterday. So that's what it sounds like to me. But we'll see. I don't know. And that's what my poll needs to be. Yes, let me just do it now and create it now while I'm on here so that I do not forget. Good morning, Laura Loves America. Who else? Channel. Mike says, I hope it is. Hope it's over with. Let's go in the chat. I remember how to do this. I only did it once yesterday, so I'm trying to remember again how to do it. No, that's not it. How did I do it yesterday? I'm trying to remember how I did it. Oh, there it is. Okay. Do you think that the ceasefire will what? Ceasefire will stay and remain in place. Remain in place, or who will fire first? No, in place. There we go. All right, poll is created. Laura's America says, I will believe it when I see that it's actually over. Only time will tell. Well, during this press conference, I think over and over they were saying that it is over. Like several times, Pete Hegseth said it was over, victory. Then Caine was thanking everybody, even allies and countries. So at least from, I guess, United States position, it sounds like it's over. So I don't know. That's where I'm kind of like, I don't know. Well, yes, they've said that before. They said that before, but they didn't make it. They just kept on saying that that it was, decimated. They wiped everything out, but we still had 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 6 weeks, whatever. So then another question with that is, here's the next question with that. And this is, here's the next question. That if, right, there is no one abides by it, and let's say Iran hits Israel first, is Israel expecting the US to do something? And what if US doesn't do anything? There's another thought. What if Iran shoots? Because last night I think last night there was something that happened. Is Israel going to be expecting the US to get involved? And if that happens, should the US get involved? A lot of things to think about in regards to this whole situation. Do you think that they actually came to an agreement, or do you think it was something else? I don't know. Something just, I mean, it's dope if they did. If it, I mean, yeah, I mean, we are the big boys, obviously, when it comes to stuff. We are the top dogs, right? When it comes to war and weapons and capability and all that type of stuff. We are the top ones. But it just seems like there was something else there, because within 2 hours, there was another strike on Israel. So was that like a grand finale? I doubt it was a grand finale type of thing. I guess we'll see what happens today and going forward. We'll see what happens today and going forward. I'm trying to see if there's anything on X or any other sources. Let's see what you guys are saying. So right now, you guys are at a no. Do you think that the ceasefire remain in place? I needed to put will remain in place, but I'm sorry. Most of you guys are saying no. 71% is saying no at this point. 29% is saying yes. I'll keep an eye on that as we proceed. You guys, do I? I don't know if I do. Let me see. I was gonna say I do got my things pinned on Facebook and YouTube. Donation links if you guys would like to help with anything. I know coming up next month, got to get to DC. Trump to rededicate America. So DC next month. We'll need your guys' blessings and help to get there if you don't mind. And then we'll be in the summertime, you guys. Wow. Almost a year at the Portland Ice facility coming up in like 2 months. You believe that? They've been dedicated to be out there. I mean, it has slowed down compared to what it was, obviously, but the fact is that it's still going. It's still going. So that'll be a year coming up in June. I think Iran wants us to deplete our stuff so China and Russia can move in, maybe with in core. I was thinking that kind of same thing, because also, wait, hold on. Is this true? Sounds like there's some breaking news that Israel has launched 100 airstrikes on Lebanon in 10 minutes. I don't know. Oh, I need to look this up. All right, hold on. Let's look into this. Right as I'm talking about this. Right as I'm talking about it. Israel, it sounds like they've launched some stuff. Let's see if this is true. Is this true? When in doubt, what do? You go to X. Launches missiles. Yeah, is this true? America, Israel. It's looking like it might be true. Ballistic missiles strike across the skies. No. Ballistic missiles. No, that's no. No. Okay, maybe. I don't know. Hold on, you guys. I don't want to be speaking too soon. We know that Iran did last night. It looks like it is coming through. 8 minutes ago, skyward as Israeli missiles rips a building apart near Beirut center. There's a lot of reports coming in about it. More Israeli strikes on Beirut, Lebanon. So it would have been why we were sleeping. It was daytime when all these videos. It's the same Israeli. I can't read that in a different language. Al Jazeera English reports it. Israel says missiles were launched from. No, that's April 1st. I'm sorry. That was April 1st. I apologize. Let me see. But I want to look at bricks. So no more technical ceasefire. Yeah, if this is the case, it would be no more ceasefire. But then at the same time, they're saying also, which is confusing, is that they're also saying that the ceasefire doesn't kick into play until Friday, which is like weird. Why would you do? Yeah. Why would that be the case? Why would it be Friday? 4 hours ago, Iran fires 17 ballistic missiles at 35 drones at UAE today. 12 minutes ago, Iran says it will only join U.S. negotiations in Islamabad if a ceasefire is reached in Lebanon. Report. So 39 minutes ago, Iran warned. I don't see anything that's like too breaking about the Israel. Another video, this 2 hours ago, another video shows the aftermath of Israel's largest strike on Beirut. So 2 hours ago. So it looks like it did happen after the ceasefire. So there's that. It's not being reported, I don't think, on any major U.S. stuff at the point. Let me see if Gregory reported it. No. Okay, so Douglas McGregory says this was 8 hours ago. Israel refuses to include Lebanon in 2-week ceasefire. So there you go. So Israel refuses to include Lebanon in 2-week ceasefire. So it's not going to stop. And Mike just said it here like a minute before I read this. So this was 8 hours ago. He put this up on X. Israel refuses to include Lebanon in 2-week ceasefire. So what do we do at that point? What is the president? What should oh my goodness gracious. What should the president, what should America do at this point? Like seriously, what happens at this point? If we say ceasefire and are we only saying ceasefire on them? Because that's faulty if that's, just to be fair. I mean, can you just say, okay, no, Iran, you can't do nothing, but yet then Israel can do whatever it wants? And I think that's what the problem is with some of the people who are exposing things like this connection that we have with Israel or Israel has with us. But then again, playing both sides of the fence, because I mean that's what you kind of have to do when you do this type of stuff. You got to see things from both sides. 2 hours after the ceasefire was begin, you had Iran shoot missiles at Tel Aviv. Just 2 hours. So yeah, I didn't know Beirut was part of Iran. I guess so. Lebanon. I didn't know that. Yeah, I did not know that. Let me see. I want to see if I can do something here. Mm. Trying to do something on that. See if that'll work. Yeah, so that's what Briggs was. Let me check breaking. Breaking news. No, that's not the one I wanted. Not the one I wanted. Not the one I wanted. I'm looking for some other news. Oh wait, is that? No, I was gonna say, is that like Fox or somebody reporting it? But they probably won't report it. They probably won't. Maybe they will. It'd be nice if, like I said, oh, that's what I could do. Here, let me do this. Let's do this. Let's see if there's anything breaking over there. On something else, Beirut is capital of Lebanon, not part of Iran. Well, then why would Israel uh, throw missiles at Beirut? I mean, are they just messing with everybody? Is that what they're doing? You're okay with it? That's weird, right? Waiting for this 3-level chest to kick in. I know. Good morning, Fence Lizard. Good morning, good morning. I do gotta leave in about 15 minutes. I gotta do a 6-week, um, post operation surgery, post-op surgery appointment. They're just probably gonna confirm that I can maybe take the sling off. It only take like 15 minutes, but what I'm gonna do at that time, I'm gonna put on the White House has Caroline has a press conference coming up in an hour exactly. So I'm gonna put that on here when I take off, but it will just be a still picture until she appears at 1 o'clock Eastern time. So just want to let you know, in case you guys are like, "Whoa!" You guys just see a picture of her and where's Quincy at? That's what I'm doing. Just right down the street, so I should be back by within an hour. I'm sure it'll go fine. They're just probably gonna see how I'm doing and it's the sling a little bit. It's been 6 weeks, so but thank you. Thank you. I'm looking at something right now to see if there's any news from Israel. So I'm waiting for them to come back from their break. They're live right now. So I heard that's the one to watch. Shekels, 199 shekels per month. All right, let's see what they're saying. Maybe. Let's see. It's live. Operation Roaring Lion.
Thanks for staying with us here on I-24 News. The ceasefire in Iran is not impacting Israel's fight against Iran's proxy, Hezbollah. In fact, today, the Israeli Air Force completed its largest wave of airstrikes against Hezbollah in Lebanon since the renewed fighting began, hitting 100 sites in just 10 minutes. Here's more from Israel's Defense Minister, Israel Katz.
We warned Naim Qassem that Hezbollah would pay a very high price for attacking Israel on behalf of Iran. And today we fulfilled another step in the promise. The personal turn of the arch-terrorist Naim Qassem will also come. IDF forces continue to operate vigorously in Lebanon to ward off threats and thwart Hezbollah's capabilities in accordance with the policy we have established. We promise to bring security to the residents of the North, and that is exactly what we will do.
Well, still with me in studio, Daniel.
There it
Perez
is.
and Ariel
Heard it
Osterman.
firsthand.
Ariel, as far as what we're seeing with Iran and Hezbollah trying to tie
So this is actually live right now.
as well, what about the Lebanese government? What are they stating about these most
Israeli
and
news.
intensified Israeli strikes in southern Lebanon?
Please, someone help us stop them. That's basically, they're at their wits' end. They know that Hezbollah is providing Israel with the legitimacy to carry out their attacks on Hezbollah's infrastructure across Lebanon and in the southern part of the country, in the Bekaa Valley, as well as in Beirut's southern suburbs. But strikes today weren't limited only to that part of the capital. Also elsewhere, more closer to downtown Beirut, were areas that were also struck. So they are aware that Hezbollah is providing Israel with the legitimacy to carry out its attacks. On the other hand, they're seeing the massive destruction that is caused by these Israeli attacks.
Okay, so hold on. So Lebanon is aware of Hezbollah supplying Israel weapons, right? Is that what I'm getting at? Is Hezbollah friendly to Israel? See, that's the problem with this type of stuff. There's so many different facets and connections to different things, and this is why things continue. Because of this deal or that deal, if you do this, I'll do this for you in this kind of way. I didn't know. So Hezbollah, but he just said it. Didn't he just say that Hezbollah is, they know that Hezbollah is providing weapons to, isn't that what he just said?
Here's more from Israel's Defense Minister, Israel Katz.
We warned Naim Qassem that Hezbollah would pay a very high price for attacking Israel on behalf of Iran. And today we fulfilled another step in the promise. The personal turn of the arch-terrorist Naim Qassem will also come. IDF forces continue to operate vigorously in Lebanon to ward off threats and thwart Hezbollah's capabilities in accordance with the policy we have established. We promise to bring security to the residents of the North, and that is exactly what we will do.
Well, still with me in studio, Daniel Pomerantz and Ariel Osirian. Ariel,
What's up, Reno?
as far as what we're seeing with Iran and Hezbollah trying to tie this ceasefire to the northern front as
Lebanon
well,
had
what about the
invited
Lebanese
help,
government? What are they
Hezbollah.
stating about these most recent ramped up
In that
and
region of the
intensified
country.
Israeli strikes in southern Lebanon?
Please, someone help us stop them. That's basically, they're at their wits' end. They know that Hezbollah is providing Israel with the legitimacy to carry out their attacks on Hezbollah's
The strait is closed again?
across Lebanon and in the southern part of the country, in the Bekaa
I
Valley,
want your hat.
as well as in
Your
Beirut's
profile
southern
picture.
suburbs. But strikes today weren't limited only to that part of
Send me a
the
message. Tell me
capital,
where to
also elsewhere,
order that.
more closer to downtown Beirut, were
I know there used
areas
to
that
be a
were
site.
also struck.
I know
So
there used
they
to
are
be, but
aware
I don't know
that
if it's still up.
Hezbollah is providing Israel with
Oh.
the legitimacy to carry out its attacks. On the other hand, they're seeing the massive destruction that is caused by these Israeli attacks.
This is
And
crazy.
Israel
So,
has
okay, so
not yet,
obviously,
as of now, agreed.
so with what Israeli news is saying, which is, like I said, is live right now, they're saying that basically the ceasefire wasn't between them and Lebanon. So that whole war, or whatever sub-war, piece of war, side war can continue. I guess the one with Iran is at a ceasefire, but yet Iran sent stuff last night into Tel Aviv. Let me look into the whole strait thing being closed, according to what Reno here is saying. Goodness gracious, I'm telling you. Alex Jones just went live. I'm sure he's gonna have a lot to say. I might have to be watching on him today. But straight. Let's see. 1 hour ago, tanker traffic through the Strait of Hormuz has been halted by Iran after the. Yep. Okay, so there's breaking news. Yep. So the strait is closed again. Vessels are being spotted right now going through the Strait of Hormuz after President Trump's deal. Keep it going. This was an hour ago, but then also an hour ago, tanker traffic through the Strait of Hormuz has been halted by Iran. So Nick Sorter posted that an hour ago. That's been halted. Eric Daughtry posted that the vessels are moving spotted right now going through. So there's a conflicting. Okay, then at the same time, oil tankers have been no. So there's two different things. So it's two different things. And Fox is also reporting about the attack on Israel is launching massive amounts of strikes on Iran-backed Hezbollah, and Iran is ticked off. Okay, so I mean that's basically answering the poll that I made on here on YouTube. It's not coming to an end. You got it from Enrique's head. Okay, well, tell Mr. Enrique that I need one, please, and he knows that. They're also charging a toll. Wow. Okay, so this stuff is not over. Iran was firing yesterday at Israel way after ceasefire. That is correct. Are the human chains still there? I have not seen or heard anything about the human chains at the power plants. Golf and Gun says I'm mega and was a huge Trump supporter, but he's been disappointing. And that's kind of where in the position that I'm in, honestly, Golf and Guns, that's exactly kind of where I've been at for a minute. Yeah. And I know, yes, this wasn't the win we are being told. Yeah. So, yeah, there's going to be a lot of stuff happening today, a lot of moving pieces that's going on today. It's especially just coming off of, if you want to say 4 hours ago, of Pete Hegseth and Dan Caine talking about victory, victory, victory. I recorded the clips, so I'm going to be posting it. I mean, he said it in the press conference this morning about three or four times that there is victory. It's over. Thank you guys. This and that. I don't know if they spoke too soon or if there's something that we don't know, because we don't know everything. We do not know everything. I think it's kind of shady if you ask me. Israel's going to ruin the ceasefire. That's what a lot of, possibly. I'm going to be quiet because every time I open my mouth, you guys can give opinions, but I can't. You guys can give opinions, but I can't. So I'm just going to shut my mouth and just say things. I'm working on that. Trust me. For real, Iran broke first. For real. I don't want to see any more wars anywhere ever. Iran broke first. Iran did the strike last night. Yeah, so it'll be interesting what happens this morning here with Karoline. I am going to have to take off. And I'll be back to get back on and talk and join you guys. Apocalyptic scenes in Lebanon, capital right now. Israel has launched 100 airstrikes on Lebanon in 10 minutes, striking South Lebanon, Beirut. Simultaneously, this isn't a ceasefire. It's mass bombardment. Let me just show you guys the video because you haven't even seen any video of it yet. So let me show the video of what I'm talking about. So you guys can see it. Then I want to skadoodle. Here's some of the video.
طلعت رفاعي هون طلعت رفاعي بربور طلعت رفاعي هون طلعت رفاعي.
No, I got you. Thank you, Reno. But yeah, so that's some of the stuff, the destruction, if you want to say, after the bombs. So what's Alex saying? I know people don't like Alex, but he gets so much good information.
He said it's going to be okay. And he said, how do you know that? Tucker told the New York Times this. And he said,
he gives good information. He does.
Good for me. That's not really the case. But Trump perseveres, has good backers. So God has pulled us through on these things. But you can't always just expect it just because you've had success most of the time.
Okay. I'm sorry, guys, but I got to bounce. I want to put this on. Like I said, it's just going to be a freeze thing until it's going to be a freeze type picture until she comes on. Well, actually, I guess you can hear everybody talk. They're in the thing right now. So that's cool. At least there'll be something to listen to. That's cool. There'll be something to listen to. Usually it's just like a thumbnail until they start. But it looks like they got the cameras already kind of up and rolling. So that's kind of cool. Good. All right, you guys, I'll be back shortly. Man, if you're listening to Alex, then you really have gone crazy. Here's the thing. Everybody has said that stuff about Alex for years and years, and then he's proven to be right. So why are people reverting back now to like discrediting him off things he has information on or knows? That's what gets confusing to me. Is like we only like people if they're in 100% politically in agreement with. You know, I mean, a lot of the things. Yeah, I mean that's the things. A lot of things that he said at one point were conspiracy theories, supposedly, and then it became true. So why couldn't that be the case now? Like, why is he like so far gone crazy? But then just 2 years ago, 3 years ago, it's like, okay, the dude's on point. He's with us. What makes us say that he's not one of us now? Is it just because he's not agreeing with some things of the president, or he might have information his own self? I don't know. I'm just asking. But if we follow the money, and I understand this, but if we follow the money, right? If we follow the money, the whole government, which would include Trump in some cases, because he's part of what's going on. If you want to follow the money, it all has to do with money. And Trump is a businessman. So we're going to want to follow the money. I mean, that's my thing. Folks are still heated on Alex Jones. He has never been inaccurate. The stuff he says may be a bit uncomfortable, right? But historically speaking, he has nailed it. That's. I mean, yeah, I don't know, but anyway, I mean, for each their own. You know, it's not a big deal. People don't like him. You know, I get there's, and that's what's crazy about all this that's going on is two different. It's so much different size. It will all get exposed. Have discernment from the Lord. No, I agree 100%, and that's how for me, that's personally how I'm rolling with this and seeing through all of this. Actually, there was actually a dude on here yesterday on my show talking in the chat. If you go back and listen to, and he was Israeli, 45 years or 47 years. And I was asking him about even like some of the faith stuff in Israel and all that type of stuff. And he was telling me that the Iranian people hold more to their Bible or scripture or whatever, the Quran, than the Israeli people. And he said that Israeli people more align with Western Christianity than actually the book. I was like, oh, that's bad. I'm like, no wonder, you know, so there's a whole nother element to this type of stuff that's going on over there that most of us don't realize. You know, that Iranian and he did say this Israel guy, he said he was Hebrew, he speaks Hebrew. He actually said that, yes, Israel does have the biggest homosexual parades and events. Iran's not putting up with that. So there's a lot of stuff in regards to all this type of stuff that is on another level. Yeah, there's the money piece of it, what Corey here on Facebook was bringing up, but there's a whole nother piece of stuff that we don't even realize. And he said, I said, well, why? I said something about something. He said, well, there's a connection, a deeper connection that Israel has with he's the one that gave me all this information. I got the Temple Institute about the third temple being rebuilt, Israeli news stations to look into. Now, and again, it's over this. I can't say how accurate or factual or legit the person is, but he seemed pretty legit. So, you may not like them and what they say, but if you aren't listening to their message, then you are missing a lot of points. Correct. And that's why for me, it's like I try to listen to all things because I'm like, and then I have my own discernment. But anyway, I got to get out of here, guys. I'll be back shortly. Please remain on here if you want. Watch Karoline Leavitt is coming up here, set for 1 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. Yeah, please like, subscribe, share the channel, you guys. I'll be back in a while.
I don't think Steve available. Steve's available. I'm not crazy, right? Oh. Right in front of them. You're gonna like go right. Of course, 100%. You know when the folks outside. 100%. It's in my DNA. Yes.
Yes, yes. Yes. So you guys take her for the rest of the week? Oh, yes. It was the Senate. I mean, yeah, it came out
Yeah, I met you last time I was here. So that's all right. I'll probably be up and standing next to my kid. Yeah, I think I'm gonna like cycling through. Get your shots. You oblige. Doing pretty good. Yeah. Waking up after it's been inactive for a while, you know? Yeah. Lukewarm and lubricated. It's fine. Still a work in progress. Did they put a little, like on mine, I've got a little porch and I can put some little red straw on WD-40. Get it every now and then. I didn't get that feature. Not for the upgrade. A little 3-in-1 oil in there.
Yeah.
If you'd like to sit, go assume the position. I'm not making up. Oh. I know. I would rather, yes, that's the best place to be. If you'd rather assume the position, I'm outside.
You got down.
Grab a tissue. Thanks. Oh, it's all really forward. Yeah. Predictable.
What do you say?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Sure. Yep.
Let's go a little bit. 15 minutes. Let's see what we do.
For regular.
Yeah, for a minute, yeah.
No, he's in car trouble this morning. Yeah, it's not what you want to wake up to. I checked with CC. How you doing?
How are you?
Right. Right.
Wrong bus. Can I get a focus in white, please? We have the white balance up there, please. Great, good. Stay there. All right, thank you.
So that one.
Yeah.
No, he did. He did. He had them all teamed up. He like he just like yeah, everybody. They came out. Yeah, actually, I'm joining, but you need two members to join. I was going to get Dan. Yeah, and then join.
Just so you guys know, there's going to be awful talk.
You figured that's why we should see it.
It might be grand over there.
No, you get front of these. They will beat the shit out of you.
Like what I do.
You'll feel something on your back. Yeah, you're anywhere back here. Just go out.
So were you going to the correspondence?
I'm the dress up for the shop.
Yeah.
That size a little better. It's like automation.
Really hot.
Poor kids, I mean, they followed up on the side.
They'll be able to see.
Sad.
Yeah, I'll tell you. Yeah, very good. It's still basically.
Hey, nice job with that Patel picture when he was coming in. I can't believe you got it.
Well, that was random. I was like, what the hell's he doing?
Yeah, so he just spinning around and
Just pounded.
no one on one of us.
Square one.
Yeah.
Let's look a little crooked.
It's like half an inch higher. I don't know, maybe I'm lopsided.
I have 4 by sites.
Yeah. Getting old.
That's why I got glasses, because I'm in the oval. I can't looking at the oval from the university, unless you say.
That's what that glasses.
And so I went and said, I gotta get them. So now I can see, so if he, it's like that, I know.
Yeah, exactly.
I just put the rug.
Okay.
Well, I just got out in the box.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but it was the first time I went to the store. I think I got to stick it out. Well,
Almost everybody goes.
right. We closed it.
Just first time here? Yes, okay. Yeah, turn around.
I have friends like you. See Milan,
Yeah, I suspect that's another Ukrainian.
Look straight ahead.
Yeah.
I suspect. She's been doing these children reunifications from Russia to Ukraine. So the last time we had a statement was about that, and then the other day, I don't remember when she said
there were more.
There were more coming. I really think that's what it's in the cross hall. That's what we did the last kids.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Do it again.
That or she's got leftover Easter candy.
Which I'm happy to eat.
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
You think of peanut butter and chocolate?
I would say
So, John Eric didn't.
What do you got? What do you think?
Bring a big basket.
We
feasted.
Okay. I like that. I'm up for it.
I know. Chili.
All right. Mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Podium check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Audio check, audio check. All right, staff check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mic check. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mic check. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Lost this camera in the last 48 hours. Really? Just found it like in the car under like a banana peel. It still works. I thought I lost it on the south lawn.
You were not there, right? All right, middle row checks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, in the Texas, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Maybe there's a rat. Kind of living there, moving things around.
His family. All right, mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Back row check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Audio check. Audio check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Back row check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, one's a little bit more worn out than the other. So it started my day today. There was a great point town in the park behind my house. And some guy told me, I go to the Eagles all the time. He goes, "Are you following me now?" And I was like, "No." So he said, "Oh, you were with us." I said, "That's right around this corner of my house this morning." I stopped there. And serious. I mean, people with lenses just sitting there motionless, watching this thing just sit in a tree.
I was doing a golf course, Trump's golf course at Potomac Park.
Yeah.
And I ran into the same people. It's over there. They're looking across the river to Nashville for a snowy owl. Wow. All white. I'm like, it's a trash bag.
Yeah, right. Pretty sure it says Target on the side of it. But yeah, so serious and you walk up and just especially you know they're like. All right.
She likes a lot more now than when she first got there. Now we can answer questions. Don't have a chance to last time yeah, he said he
Tell me if you need me to dance. You need it. Got it. Huh?
Yeah, it's like you're gonna feel like we're all kind of working out loud. It was cool at the time. Yeah.
Pretty much.
You up, sir? Yeah, oh, yeah. Like,
Okay. I'm good. How are you doing? Hi, how are you doing? Hey, Hey, Scott. Yeah. I'm not covering the cameras. Yeah. All right. Do that. Yeah. Like he said, I can never use my phone again.
They've been called worse by better.
When I asked, he sent me I think that's one that someone else it's not. No. We're not spending the Easter eggs.
Oh, yeah.
So by the time I got here, it was like max. I'm also not sure.
What are you doing?
I just set my.
Come on, man.
I haven't had a short.
Troublemaker. That color's beautiful. I love it. It's great.
Passing the buck, huh?
It's not mine.
So just move it, okay? Put it wherever you want, wherever you want.
I
Put it
feel like
wherever you
that's
want.
fair.
Wherever you want it.
Do you want it?
No thanks, I'm driving. Oh, okay.
Thanks. It's March, but you're always on the go. Hey. I'm on the culture. Yeah, so You see that? Yeah, yeah. So I'm waiting for that. Oh, you're ready.
Their shoes. Lives.
You got this on Amazon. It's like on the account.
Good job, Tim.
I see it.
Yes, happy to be here, you guys, and a lot we need to still learn from the White House about what exactly Iran has put forward that the president feels is basis for which some negotiation can continue. There has been much reporting about what Iran may have consented to that appears to be in conflict with a lot of the president's red lines that he put in place at the start of all of this, including control of the strait, the future of which we really do need to hear from the White House what has been agreed to, and also get their reaction to this news that just came across the wires that Iran is reportedly closing the Strait of Hormuz in response to Israeli attacks in Lebanon. You had the statement from the Iranians claiming that the ceasefire also applied to that fight. And the president, in calls he's had with reporters, indicated that that's a separate skirmish, it doesn't apply. He also put out word this morning in an interview with the network that perhaps the U.S. and Iran would go to some sort of joint venture controlling the strait after Iran indicated that ships would pass through, they coordinate with their military. We need to know who those ships belong to that already went through, who were they last with, and does that represent really something that can give oil companies confidence enough to move their ships through the strait. We also know the president has a meeting today with the NATO Secretary General. He's got a very tough mission today to try to talk the president off the ledge. He's been very critical of this alliance, given their hesitation to get into the fight and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. He has not held back his criticisms of this alliance. Neither have other administration officials. Heard Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, indicating that potentially this alliance may have sort of run its course for its utility if the U.S. is not going to get use out of the bases that it maintains in Europe and other parts of the world. It's a one-way street potentially in his support. So Mark Rutte is here today to shore up that relationship with the president. And so far, it's still closed to press, but we always hope that something will open up. But again, we'll get some clarity today. It's very good.
That's all. I don't want nothing else to do with the ball. This moves. Well, she's all right. Because it was really stressed on this might be delayed. Everybody's reformulating their questions. All right. Now we're
No, they're like you start looking for them, but if you look at them and you do know that data is severe. So in other words, if your ex-wife asks you to say, you're worried about this, they can see it's really interesting. Those things are I don't know anything about seats. Snapping their fingers. Oh my God.
We know the call when we need action.
Are you just wanting to
See who stopped it? That's his lawyer. Showing it.
Yes, sir. I do. I do. Now it's free. It's free, yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good to see all of you here today. Before I discuss the ceasefire with Iran, I have a quick update from the First Lady of the United States. Yesterday marked the very first conviction under the Take It Down Act, landmark legislation that First Lady Melania Trump played an instrumental role in getting passed that protects victims from non-consensual AI-generated sexually explicit images, cyber stalking, and threats of violence. This is a huge achievement for the First Lady, and I know the President is very proud of his wife's efforts in getting this critical legislation passed to protect America's youth. So we thank the First Lady for her efforts, and we hope that others will report on this historic conviction yesterday. With respect to the 2-week ceasefire announced by President Trump last night, this is a victory for the United States of America that the President and our incredible military made happen. From the very beginning of Operation Epic Fury, President Trump stated this would be a 4 to 6 week military operation to dismantle the military threat posed by the radical Islamic Iranian regime. Thanks to the unbelievable capabilities of America's war fighters, the United States has achieved and exceeded those core military objectives in just 38 days. The U.S. military destroyed Iran's defense industrial base, crushing the regime's ability to manufacture weapons that they and their proxies use to maim and kill Americans and terrorize the world. Iran's ability to build and stockpile ballistic missiles and long-range drones has also been set back by years compared to where it was 6 weeks ago prior to the launch of Operation Epic Fury. We destroyed the vast majority of Iran's ballistic missiles, launcher vehicles, and long-range attack drones through more than 450 strikes on ballistic missiles and approximately 800 strikes on Iran's drone launching units and storage facilities. In total, more than 13,000 targets across Iran were struck. Again, this is in the matter of just 38 days. Meanwhile, the Iranian Navy was completely annihilated. The United States destroyed more than 150 naval vessels in total, including 16 entire classes of Iranian warships. Despite once being the largest undersea force in the Middle East, Iran now has 0 submarine vessels. 97% of Iran's once massive inventory of more than 5,000 naval mines has also been targeted and destroyed. Iran's air forces are functionally and operationally irrelevant at this point, after the United States maintained total air dominance over their country for weeks on end. To underscore the significance of this, before Operation Epic Fury, the Iranian Air Force would fly between 30 to 100 flights per day. Today, that number is 0. Iran's ability to fund and support its terrorist proxies has been greatly reduced. At this point, Iran can no longer distribute weapons to its proxies in the region. And most importantly, Iran will not be able to acquire nuclear weapons. Prior to the start of this successful operation, Iran was aggressively expanding its short-range ballistic missile arsenal. Through these weapons and its navy, Iran was attempting to build a military buildup around their country that would pose an imminent and existential threat to the United States military assets in the Middle East, our allies in the region, and ultimately the free world. Iran was pursuing this dangerous and aggressive strategy for one reason: to hold the entire world hostage to its terrorist ambitions. The Iranians aim to use their expanded military capabilities as a shield around their country to continue achieving their ultimate goal internally, building nuclear bombs. But their murderous and evil plans have been blown up, quite literally and figuratively, along with their military, their nuclear program, and most of their senior leadership, including the former Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Their command and control structures were also massively disrupted after being struck more than 2,000 times. Many of their remaining leaders are paralyzed in fear and no longer enjoy the freedom to move around their country freely and meet openly. Thanks to the unmatched excellence of our warriors at the direction of the Commander-in-Chief, the world has just witnessed a historically swift and successful military triumph. President Trump started Operation Epic Fury with strategic military objectives, and the United States has clearly achieved them. As we mark this progress, we also remember and honor the 13 American heroes who laid down their lives in this noble effort. I know President Trump and our grateful nation honors their ultimate sacrifice, and we will never forget them. May God bless their families. The valiant efforts of all of our incredible service members created maximum leverage for the President of the United States. allowing he and his leadership team to engage in tough negotiations over the past couple of weeks that have now created an opening for a diplomatic solution in long-term peace in the Middle East. The president's maximum pressure and the leverage created by the success of Operation Epic Fury led to the Iranian regime asking for and ultimately agreeing to a ceasefire proposal with the United States. Iran could no longer tolerate being bombed or taking the gamble of what was to come following President Trump's 8 p.m. deadline last night. Iran has agreed to open the Strait of Hormuz, and as the president said, we have received a proposal from the Iranians that has been determined to be a workable basis on which to negotiate. I've seen a lot of inaccurate coverage today from the media about these negotiations and these plans already. So let me be clear and correct the record. The Iranians originally put forward a 10-point plan that was fundamentally unserious, unacceptable, and completely discarded. It was literally thrown in the garbage by President Trump and his negotiating team. Many outlets in this room have falsely reported on that plan as being acceptable to the United States, and that is false. With the president's deadline fast approaching and the United States military completely decimating Iran with each passing hour, the regime acknowledged reality to the negotiating team. They put forward a more reasonable and entirely different and condensed plan to the president and his team. President Trump and the team determined the new modified plan was a workable basis on which to negotiate and to align it with our own 15-point proposal. The president's red lines, namely the end of Iranian enrichment in Iran, have not changed. And the idea that President Trump would ever accept an Iranian wish list as a deal is completely absurd. The president will only make a deal that serves in the best interests of the United States of America, and he as a negotiating team will focus on this effort over the next 2 weeks, so long as the Strait of Hormuz remains open with no limitations or delays. These extraordinarily sensitive and complex negotiations will take place behind closed doors over the course of the next 2 weeks. I would strongly advise the media against running with narratives that have no basis in fact. What Iran says publicly or feeds to all of you in the press is much different than what they communicate to the United States, the president, and his team privately. Never underestimate President Trump's ability to successfully advance America's interests and broker peace. President Trump has a proven track record of achieving good deals on behalf of the United States and the American people, and he will only accept one that puts America first. With that, I will take your questions today. I'm sure you have a lot of them. In our new media seat, we have Shane Harris with the AMAC Newsline. Shane, thank you for being here. Why don't you kick us off?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Caroline. 2 questions for you. First, following the president's announcement of the ceasefire, if this is indeed the end of hostilities in Iran, what is the president's message to the American people about what was achieved for our country through Operation Epic Fury?
Sure. I think I just laid out a significant portion of that in my opening remarks. 6 weeks ago, the president looked the American people in the eye directly, and he told them that he launched this operation to take out the imminent threat that was posed by Iran. And that threat has now been greatly destroyed. Their Navy, their missiles, their defense industrial base, and their desire and their plan to build a nuclear bomb inside their country is no longer going to be allowed, can no longer happen, thanks to the remarkable success of Operation Epic Fury over the course of the last 38 days. That has been absolutely achieved, and now we're moving into the next phase of this, which is a negotiating period to put some fine points on this and to hopefully broker an agreement that can achieve long-term peace in the Middle East.
Yeah, and then second, what is the president's message to American seniors who have a much higher voter participation rate and they're likely to be a key swing vote in the midterm elections?
Well, the president loves our seniors across the country. And as you know, the president signed the One Big Beautiful Bill, the Working Families Tax Cut last year, which greatly reduced taxes on Social Security for our seniors. In fact, thanks to the Working Families Tax Cut, nearly 90% of seniors will no longer pay tax on their Social Security. That's a huge win for our seniors and also for our middle class and working families across the country with the no tax on tips provision and the no tax on overtime. Next week is tax week. You'll hear a lot from the president about how his policies have benefited the American people. And I'm proud to report that the president will be traveling next week to the great states of Nevada and Arizona to tout this historic accomplishment over the course of the next week. Thank you for being here, Shane. Gabe.
Thank you, Caroline. Iranian state media is saying that Iran has now closed off the Strait of Hormuz today in response to Israeli attacks on Lebanon. What's the White House response to that? And you just listed many military successes. I understand that. But strategically, how is the administration arguing that Iran does not have more economic leverage than it did before the start of the war?
Sure. Well, with respect to the first reporting out of Iranian state media, the president was made aware of those reports before I came to the podium. That is completely unacceptable. And again, this is a case of what they're saying publicly is different privately. We have seen an uptick of traffic in the Strait today, and I will reiterate the president's expectation and demand that the Strait of Hormuz is reopened immediately, quickly, and safely. That is his expectation. It has been relayed to him privately that is what's taking place, and these reports publicly are false.
Caroline, the president yesterday threatened that a whole civilization would die if a ceasefire deal wasn't reached, understanding that Iranian leaders have previously said death to America. But why is it appropriate for the president of the United States to use that kind of language when talking about civilian targets? And was the president mocking Islam by signing off his True Social post over the weekend, praise be to Allah? Wouldn't that antagonize Muslim allies across the world?
Well, I understand the questions about the president's rhetoric, but what the president cares most about is results. And in fact, his very tough rhetoric and his tough negotiating style is what has led to the result that you are all witnessing today. Iran publicly acknowledging last night that they have agreed or that they wanted this ceasefire with the United States because they no longer could tolerate being bombed by our very powerful and lethal military, and that they have committed to the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, which the president will hold them accountable for, and it's something the administration is closely monitoring in real time. Danny.
Should the world not take his word seriously?
The world should take his word very seriously in understanding that the president is always most interested in results. And it was the Iranians who backed down, not President Trump. He said that they would face very grave consequences, as you just laid out, by the 8 p.m. deadline if they did not agree to reopening the Strait of Hormuz. And what did they do last night? They agreed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Danny.
Thanks, Caroline. Would President Trump like to see Lebanon included in this peace deal? Because as you know, there have been increased Israeli strikes on Lebanon today with dozens of casualties there.
Sure. Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire. That has been relayed to all parties involved in the ceasefire. As you know, Prime Minister Netanyahu put out a statement last night in support of the ceasefire, in support of the United States' efforts, and he's also assured the president they'll continue to be a helpful partner throughout the course of the next 2 weeks.
Is there any thought, though, that the president might like to see Lebanon included at a future date, given that it seems to be causing or potentially undermining the Iran ceasefire?
Again, this will continue to be discussed, I am sure, between the president and Prime Minister Netanyahu, the United States and Israel, and all of the parties involved. But at this point in time, they're not included in the ceasefire deal. Jeff.
Thank you. Caroline, will the U.S. take part in talks with Iran in Islamabad on Friday?
I can announce that the president is dispatching his negotiating team, led by the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, Special Envoy Witkoff, and Mr. Kushner to Islamabad for talks this weekend. The first round of those talks will take place on Saturday morning local time, and we know we look forward to those in-person meetings.
What role does the president see for the U.S. in monitoring or helping with the Strait of Hormuz going forward?
I think the president commented on that this morning. We're going to continue to monitor it very, very closely. We will be helpful in any way that we can, but we fully expect Iran to do this, and the president has made that quite clear as well. It's, again, as his statement said last night, this ceasefire is subject to the safe reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Again, this was just determined last night. We understand things take time, but that's the president's expectation, and he will hold everyone to it. Sure, in the green blazer.
Thank you, Caroline.
Sure. And then in front of you. But Andrew, you can go ahead.
All right.
You're not wearing a green blazer. You can...
I am actually wearing a green blazer.
It's a little brown to me, but go ahead.
Fair enough. Regarding the president's rhetoric, when the U.S. invaded Iraq in 2003, George W. Bush said in a message to the Iraqi people that the military campaign was directed, quote, against the lawless men who rule your country and not against you. Yesterday, the president threatened to destroy Iran's civilization, the entire civilization. Not the Iranian government, but the Iranian civilization, the Iranian people. The U.S. has been a moral leader for most of its history by fighting wars against other governments, not against civilizations. How can the president claim that America can ever have the moral high ground if he's threatening to destroy civilizations and not casting wars as fights against other governments.
Andrew, I think you should take a look at the actions of this president over the course of the past 6 weeks and the actions of our brave men and women in our United States military who have taken out essentially taken out the military of a rogue Islamic regime that has chanted death to America for 47 years, that has killed and maimed thousands of American soldiers over the course of the last 5 decades. The president absolutely has the moral high ground over the Iranian terrorist regime, and for you to even suggest otherwise is frankly insulting.
Due respect, Caroline,
Go ahead.
with all due respect,
Go ahead.
there is
Just given what we've seen in Lebanon today and the increased attacks from Israel, I mean, is there any concern that Netanyahu is trying to kill the ceasefire?
The president spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu last night. And in that private conversation, Prime Minister Netanyahu relayed exactly what he said to the world publicly, that he supports the president and Israel remains a key ally and partner to the United States. They've been a tremendous partner over the course of the past 6 weeks, and we thank them for their heroic efforts as well. The president had that conversation last night, and that was relayed to the world publicly as well. Reagan, go ahead.
Caroline, I have a question for you on Iran and a question on the Dignity Act as
Sure.
well. On Iran, it's been reported that the ceasefire was struck after the involvement of 2 unlikely factors, J.D. Vance and China. What role did those parties play in striking a deal?
Well, Vice President Vance has played a very significant and a key role in this since the very beginning. Of course, he's the president's right-hand man. He is the vice president of the United States. He's been involved in all of these discussions. And as I just announced, he'll be leading this new phase of negotiations in Islamabad later this week. With respect to China, there were conversations that took place between top levels of our government and China's government. The president has great respect for President Xi and a great working relationship with him and with that country. And he looks forward to visiting China in just a few weeks.
And on the Dignity Act, it's getting a fresh push through Congress. It would give some illegal immigrants in the country a path to citizenship. What's the White House's position on this legislation, and would the president sign it if it made it to his desk?
Honestly, Reagan, I haven't spoken to the president about the legislation, but I will have that conversation and we'll get you our formal position on it as soon as we can. You're welcome. Go ahead.
The president suggested yesterday this morning that he would support a joint U.S.-Iran venture to charge tolls for ships going through the strait. Does the president believe that the U.S. should earn revenue from the Strait of Hormuz going forward?
It's an idea the president has floated, as you know, and it's something that will continue to be discussed over the course of the next 2 weeks. But the immediate priority of the president is the reopening of the strait without any limitations, whether in the form of tolls or otherwise.
On the highly enriched uranium, has Iran given the administration any indication that it would simply turn over the enriched uranium, or is this an expectation that the president has that he would have to send in ground troops in order to do that?
This is on the top of the priority list for the president and his negotiating team as they head into this next round of discussions. And as I said in my opener, that is a red line that the president is not going to back away from. And he's committed to ensuring that takes place. We hope it will be through diplomacy.
Have they given any indication that they would turn it over?
They have.
They have.
Yes. Trevor.
The latest news out of Iran is that the air defenses have been activated in several cities, including Isfahan, and that explosions have been heard in Isfahan. Who is bombing Iran right now?
Were those reports just as of a few minutes ago? Yeah. Okay, so obviously I'll have to go back and check with the national security team. I'm standing out here with all of you, but I will do that and we will get you an answer, okay?
And just on the civilization question that we've been talking about.
And I would just add to that point, again, I haven't seen these reports. I'm not verifying them. Not that I don't trust you, Trevor, but I want to go back and check with the experts here at the White House. I would just say, and I would echo what the vice president said this morning, this is a fragile truce. Ceasefires are fragile by nature. We've seen this with respect to the 12-day war with Iran and Israel last year. It takes time sometimes for these ceasefires to be fully effectuated. And one of the results of Operation Epic Fury was we completely dismantled Iran's command and control center, which makes it difficult for them to pass messages up and down the chain. And so we understand that. I would caution a little bit of patience, but of course we want to see the ceasefire effectuated and abided by all parties as quickly as possible.
Thank you. And the American presidential administrations, going back to Ronald Reagan, have said this formulation about nuclear war, that a nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. Is that still the view of this administration, given the president's comments about civilization?
I have no change in our view on that policy. Katie.
Thanks, Caroline. I'm just, given the gravity of what he said yesterday, what was your understanding of what he meant when he said, this civilization is going to be eliminated?
I think it was a very, very strong threat from the President of the United States that led the Iranian regime to cave to their knees and ask for a ceasefire and agree to reopening the Strait of Hormuz. So it was a very strong threat that led to results. And as the Secretary of War stated at the Pentagon this morning, it was not an empty threat by any means. The Pentagon had a target list that they were ready to hit go on at 8 p.m. last night if the Iranian regime had not agreed to open the strait, which they did. And I think that's something we should all be grateful for.
The United States is a moral leader in the world, given that
I was asked this exact same question by your colleague Andrew in the back. And I think, again, the insinuation by anyone in this room that Iran somehow has the moral high ground over the United States of America is insulting, considering the atrocities that they have committed against our people and our military over the past 5 decades. John, go ahead.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. 2 questions for you. One has to do with a statement, a joint statement put out this morning by some of America's European allies, our NATO allies. And in that joint statement, they said regarding the Strait of Hormuz, our governments will contribute to ensuring freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. What's the administration's reaction to that joint statement? Does that smooth things over when the president meets with NATO Secretary General a little bit later this afternoon?
I have a direct quote from the President of the United States on NATO, and I will share it with all of you. They were tested and they failed. And I would add, it's quite sad that NATO turned their backs on the American people over the course of the last 6 weeks when it's the American people who have been funding their defense. As you know, President Trump will be meeting with Secretary Ruta in a couple of hours here at the White House, and I know he looks forward to having a very frank and candid conversation with him.
And then secondly, in regards to this conflict, 38 days, as you pointed out, President Trump has said that there's been regime change. Has that regime change led to more freedoms for the Iranian people?
I think that's a question that's being asked a little bit too early, John, and we hope that is the case, but it's something that has yet to be seen. Eamon.
Caroline, on this question of tolling by the Iranians in the Strait of Hormuz, I've heard you talk about a number of red lines that the president has in this negotiation, but I haven't heard you say that Iranian tolling in the Strait of Hormuz is a red line. Would it be acceptable to the United States at the end of all this if the Iranians are able to charge tolls in the Strait of Hormuz?
I think the president was very clear and simplistic in his language last night in his Truth Social post, where he said that this ceasefire is subject to the free, safe, and immediate reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. That's very plain language, and it should be taken at face value.
You mean free
Carrie.
charge?
Carrie, go ahead. Without limitation, including tolls, yes. Carrie.
Quick follow-up on the tolling. Why would the U.S. allow Iran to collect tolls in the Strait of Hormuz? That's not something that we've opposed for a number of years now.
Again, that's not something we've said that we've definitively accepted. The joint venture is something that was proposed by the president, but he was very clear in his statement last night. He wants to see the strait reopened immediately without limitation, and that's something we're going to hold them to. Yes, in the blue.
A second question on
family and friends in Iran. I myself am Iranian, and I've been talking to them through the blackout. One of my family members yesterday said goodbye to me. So what message should we be sending Iranians when they message me saying, what should they be doing right now? How should they stay safe? Because they really don't know what to do.
I think the president's main priority and my main priority as his spokeswoman is to make sure that clear messages are sent to the American people, of course, which is my job today. With respect to the Iranian people, the president, has taken out the imminent threat that was posed by their military to the United States, to our allies in the region, to our forces in the region. And of course, as the president has long said, he hopes that Iran will be a country of peace, of prosperity, and we're moving into this next round of negotiations to hopefully come to an agreement with this new regime that will create long-term stability in the Middle East.
He has said that they should stay inside of their homes and also take back their country. So there's a contradiction there. So how do you address that?
Again, we're moving into this next round of negotiations with the remnants of the regime and those that we are speaking with now to hopefully reach a place of peace long term for the region, and that includes the Iranian people as well. In the blue, go ahead.
Thank you. The White House posted the statement from the Iranian government that passage in the Strait will be coordinated with Iran's armed forces. As of today, who controls the Strait of Hormuz?
Again, these statements were put out 12 hours ago. We expect that the Strait will be opened immediately. As I've said earlier, we have seen an uptick in traffic in the Strait, and it's something that we are monitoring minute by minute, hour by hour as the days go on.
Who controls the Strait right now?
One on the deportations of Iranian officials and then on the negotiations. Are there still security concerns about Vice President Vance being part of these peace talks, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner? And then two, given the ongoing deportation of General Soleimani's niece, does the Trump administration plan to deport more relatives or people in the families of Iranian officials that are in the U.S.?
Certainly, anyone who is here fraudulently. I understand one of the individuals who their visa was revoked by Secretary Rubio and they were deported by ICE. They had a fraudulent asylum claim. That's against the laws of the United States. So anyone who is here illegally or fraudulently is subject to our nation's immigration laws and will be removed from our country. And I know this continues to be a top priority for the State Department, working in conjunction with the Department of Homeland Security. With respect to the safety of the Vice President, we fully trust the United States Secret Service to do their job, to keep the Vice President and the President's negotiating team safe. They do a tremendous job, and we fully trust them to do that.
Caroline.
In the back, go ahead.
The President has said Cuba is next. What's the message to the American people regarding Cuba, and what can Cubans expect in relation to this statement?
Well, look, I think when President Trump said that, and he later clarified after making that statement, that he meant the Cuban regime is bound to fall. Their country is very weak. They're in a very weak position economically, obviously, financially. The Cuban people are fed up with their government, as they should be. And these talks and discussions continue to happen at the highest level of our government. I don't have any updates or announcements for you with respect to Cuba policy today. Good to see you.
Thank you, Caroline. Secretary Hegseth said this morning that U.S. troops would be sticking around. Can you expound upon that, what we should expect from U.S. troops in theater for the next 2 weeks and beyond?
I would defer you to the Pentagon for any specifics on assets that have been in place in the Middle East, but take the Secretary at his word. And also the President has reiterated this as well in his own words, that we're not going to move anything immediately. Again, this is a 2-week ceasefire where we hope at the end, and we expect at the end, we'll have a good agreement between the United States and Iran. But in the meantime, we're going to ensure that our military is always at the ready of the Commander-in-Chief. I'll take a couple more in the back. Sure.
Thank you.
On NATO, I'll take your question. Go
Thank you,
ahead.
Caroline. On NATO, can you tell me, is the United States still considering withdrawing from NATO? Is that still a possibility?
It's something the President has discussed, and I think it's something the President will be discussing in a couple of hours with Secretary General Rutte, and perhaps you'll hear directly from the President following that meeting later this afternoon. Thank you, everyone.
Sounds like she was under pressure. Sounded like there was some heat. A lot of heat she was taking. She didn't like that. I think that one. I think Miss Caroline. Roses smell like. She definitely was feeling the pressure. There was definitely pressure on. It don't seem like they had everything maybe lined up in order to answer thus questions by the fake media. The fake media came with daggers and arrows, and they were aimed. And to me, it doesn't seem like they were prepared for maybe the questions. I'm not saying that she did good. I'm not saying that. It just seemed like I think the situation is fluid and ongoing, and it's evolving and moving so fast that they don't know, and there's new stuff coming in currently. And even while she's on, there are some things swirling around, reports going on that Tehran was just hit. So I don't know. I'm trying to get that verified, but there's things going on that Tehran was hit from Israel. But here's the thing. She if you paid attention and listen, one of the very first things she said is she's debunking that the strait is closed again. She was already debunking that the Strait of Hormuz is closed down. So she's saying it's open. She actually said it was unacceptable and the reports are false. So I hear that, and I could be wrong, but I hear that her saying that. Here's how I hear it. I hear her saying, "Don't listen to any other media except what we say directly." So even if it comes from overseas or even if people are in the field, don't listen to it until which I get to a point, right? I understand that. I understand that. She debunked the first 10-point plan as well. Yeah, so some better BS preparing might be talked about in after action review. Yeah. You're on a vessel finder and it looks like it's closed. Yeah, let me go to that. I think I know what you're talking about. Let me actually go to that. Well, she said okay, so here's what her other words were in regards to that. She said there's been an uptick. She said there's been an uptick. So when that was said, she also said there was an uptick. They've seen an uptick. So an uptick could mean one or two vessels, right? Compared to none, theoretically. So yeah, I don't know. A lot of stuff is nothing more than algorithms. Don't get caught up in the nonsense. Walk by faith and not by sight. Amen. So let's see some of these other the reports of bombing still happening aren't true. Yeah, like I said, it's I for me personally, I just don't take everything um the White House says. Because actually the first person that reported that the strait was closed again was Nick Sorter that I seen. So speaking of, let me Mm-mm-mm. Hold on, you guys. I'm doing something. All right. I just had to text somebody. So yeah, and then what else? What else did she say? Okay, they're showing there's drones flying above Beirut right now. I can hear them. There's drones flying above Beirut right now. Skyline. I can hear them. So I'm gonna go. Let me put this one on. You guys can hear it too. That's a drone. So we'll watch this Beirut skyline. Let me go to the tracker and look. We want to know if anyone is bombing and who. Yes, there still is bombing going on. But the bombing is in France. Where am I at? Okay, there it is. The bombing is goodness gracious. The bombing is Israel and Lebanon. So Israel attacked Lebanon. She didn't report on that. I don't think she did. Maybe she was, and I was trying to get this other clip up on X. Maybe she did report it. So there is drones out right now over the sea, right off the coast of Lebanon. There is a drone out there right now currently. And it looks like, and I don't know how long ago it was, right off the coast of Beirut. I mean, I don't know. I can't tell the miles how far out or how close in it is. I mean, it's definitely more than, a mile. I'll show you what I'm talking about right now. There it is, right here. That's the drone. It looks like it's going away from Beirut, so I don't know which one I'm hearing. But here's Beirut. Looks like it supposedly, according to the tracker, it took off from somewhere over here and flew over Beirut, or just north of Beirut. Don't know where it's going. It doesn't say. But that is a military government aircraft drone. Strait of Hormuz. These are tankers too. Some sort of tankers. Yep, that's a tanker. Where's it going? It took off at 8:17 p.m. So at night. It's our plane. Here's this one there. Another one here, I believe. Yep. This might even be one too. So okay, so four in this vicinity coming out of is West Bank area, or at least flying over. I believe this is the strait over here. I'd have to find the ship. Yeah, this is the Strait of Hormuz. I'd have to find the shipping one. Air traffic's flowing. Oh, tracker radar. Let me see. I don't know if this one is going to be good enough. Where's the strait? The strait is right here. Can't really tell if it's open. Don't look open. There's a couple that does not look open. I don't think. Let me see. I've seen a better one before. It don't look like it's open. It looks kind of shut down to me. I'm not sure if I'm showing the right one, but this is the Strait of Hormuz. I don't see this area. This 26 feet, 26 miles wide or something like that. I'm not really seeing ships are all down 8 hours. 20, I don't know what that means exactly. I have to look into that, see what it means. Maritime traffic is public. Oh boy. So this it does look closed down. I just got something to I just got a text from someone who told me to look at this. Nothing is moving. And that's what the person just texted me. So again, unfortunately, I don't know if I should say this or not, but anyway, never mind. So this is it looks closed, nothing's moving. Um Here, let me open this up. Received 5 minutes ago. Yeah, I don't know how to read these things exactly, so I can't really give you the information that I'd like. Underway by sale. I don't know. Received 5 minutes ago. Yeah, I don't know how to give you any information off of this. Apologize. What is this? Past track. Up to here. So is this one? I guess we'll see if this one moves. I guess we could find out if this one moves. I don't know. How do I go back without closing this all the way out? Because if I close it all the way out, then we're messing up. Nearby vessels. Nope, don't want that. Look at live view of Strait. Checking the flag they fly is an important part. Right. Vessels. I don't want it back because then I was gonna. Yep. See, I knew that was gonna happen. Yeah, this is the exact airtime traffic is public. This is the exact thing that someone just sent me and told me to look at. Tehran is suspending tanker traffic through. Yeah. I want to get off of this one. I don't want to be on there now. I can't even click off of that. Really? Can I? Why am I stuck now on just him in that boat? Goodness. Vessels. Let's go to vessels. No, I want that. I'll close all the way out. Close all the way out. I'm closing all the way out. Sorry. Try to go back in. Reset filter. Yeah, I want to go. I want to type it back in here. Do this. He said reset filter, huh? Where's reset filter at? I'm not seeing it. Fleet layers. No. Filter. Yeah, it's majorly confusing. There's another one I saw too. See, then it's like doing that too. Try this. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let me try to find where this is at. All right. Perfect. This is good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This is the one I think I saw a few days ago. This is the one I was actually trying to get to. Look at that. There's nothing going in there. I got selected. There's cargo selected, tankers, passenger, cruise, military, all sorts of fishing, and all sorts of. There's no ships moving, you guys. There's no ships moving. At China or so. Who's that? I'm not sure. Let me see. There's nothing moving. 34 minutes ago. Let me open this up so you guys can see it better. Let me do that. There's nothing. It's at anchor, so that's at anchor. That's at anchor. What is that one? Detail. Let me look at details. Cargo and bulk. That's at anchor. Mm. Really? But there's no ships up here. I mean, that's the thing. There's like no ships in the strait at all. 1 hour ago. Underway using engine. So it's underway using engine. I think it's closed, but they're not saying that out loud. Might get in trouble. 8 hours ago, 6 hours ago. I think it's closed. At anchor. At anchor. That's at anchor. Restricted maneuverability. I don't think there's anything going on. Kind of. That's at anchor. All these are at anchor. They're all at anchor. I don't know, guys. I am so these I don't it says warships, right? It does say warships, but when I click on them, like that is I mean, these are like status, maybe it is. Okay, hold on. Okay, let me try to find a different vessel. Maybe not warships. Okay, so hold on. That's all that's in warships. U.S. Navy ships, military air. Mm, ports, vessels, search vessels, ferry. Right, don't tell what vessel search. Look, I'm looking at all this type of stuff that I have no clue what I'm looking at. Let's see. Offshore, gas, container ship, active commission. Like I said, Nick Sorter posted earlier on X that it was closed. Caroline debunked it. Caroline. Really? I didn't want that. Live maps. See if I go back to live maps. Okay, military passenger cargo. Let's see cargo. Maybe. Maybe this will show something. Perhaps. Nine luck. There's still nothing there. Yeah, there's still nothing there. Under cargo. I went cargo. It's the same ones I was seeing on the other all lines, tankers, good tankers, all tankers. See if that does anything. Now, see, I just had because I had it. I think I had it on all. It does not look open to me, but still the same. Everything I'm seeing is closed. I mean, so I don't know. Mm. See, that's bad, you guys. Like honestly, that's bad. I mean, you talk about losing. You have you have citizens in the nation losing trust for you, and then you say don't look at anything else or don't trust anything else or everything else is propaganda. Everything else, be careful of the fake news out there. It's sad when you if you can't be honest and say what it is. It really is. It's messed up. Yeah, the Strait of Hormuz, Ryan. That's what I'm talking about. They're saying it's Caroline debunked it. I think I got that posted already. Hopefully it went. Let me see. I think it went through on X. Let's see. I do not trust Iran at all. Okay, yeah. 'Cause Carolina did say she basically debunked the rumors about it being closed. She's debunking it and says it's completely unacceptable and that these reports publicly are false. She's saying it is open. They've seen an uptick. That's what she said. So, see if there's anything else. Someone wrote and said she's lying based off what I just posted, and her saying that said she's lying. So our own government's lying to we the people. And we're okay with it though, because I'm guaranteed it's because I'm stopping myself. It's called self-control. The Q, you think you are going to get a truthful answer out of this administration. I think that's the part that's sad. And then I think it's even more sadder that when people will excuse it, perhaps, or defend it. I'm not going to say it's more sad. I'm just saying that there are people that will defend it or excuse it. But if it was on the other hand, it'd be bad, bad, bad. Right? So on one hand, it's okay if being lied to, and then on the other hand, on the left hand, it's bad if we're being lied to. So and this is yes, exactly, and that's where I'm at. We're in a place. I'll be honest. I just got back going to the doctor, and she was like, have you been taking it easy and stuff like this, right? She was saying all this to me, and I'm like, no, I've been fine. I'm good, because of what I do, right? And I started talking to her a little bit more about what I do, right? Funny enough, she was in Portland last weekend for the No Kings. Oh man, but so this is a doctor talking to me, and I'm cool with talking, right? I'm cool with talking about all this type of stuff. I'm cool with listening, no big deal. But her being a liberal on the left, she was good at talking too, and says that it's bad that we're at a place that we cannot talk. She said the same thing, that society and we are at a place like, if you, for her example, like saying, oh well, I'm a Republican, and vice versa, you automatically just turn your head and can't talk. You're just mad. Like that's where we're at. And yet all the while it doesn't even matter really which side it is. Sometimes we don't even get the full truth. But we're at a place that we can't even talk about these things. We can't even question it, or you get canceled. I mean, nowadays the so-called right is canceling out each other because of views, or because of simply because of questioning things. So you can't even question no more, even on our free thinking side. You can't even question. We can't even question. Now, I will say this regarding the strait, or regarding any sort of missile strikes. And this is one thing that she did say, which, okay, I can understand. She did say that sometimes these things take time. Fair. That's fair. But now with that said, how much time does quote unquote such things take? If we say immediately ceasefire, and we know that in the age of digital technology and high-speed internet, Ethernet, how long does that communication really take to get to a government and for a government to get it out to the people, ships, container ships, how long does it actually take? Does it take a day? Does it take 12 hours? Does it take 24 hours? Does it take just 2 hours? You know what I mean? Like, so how long does it take for this to get out to that industrial network of things for them to say, okay, the strait is open? I would assume not long. I would, I would say at most, I'd say at most 3 hours, right? I mean, because you're out at sea, you probably have, I would say at most 3 hours. I don't know. I'm not in it, but so I get that. I give the grace in that area. I don't know. Will we ever know? But the I guess the point what I was trying to say is, like, it's sad that we can't even question things or talk or learn to talk and really listen and talk to opposing views or opposing sides. Like nowadays, like I said, we're at a place that, ooh, you oppose Trump, and then you can't talk about it. Oh, if you oppose Trump, you're not one of us. You're not part of it. You're not this and that. And that's crazy. It's like we can't even do that. We can't even question things. We can't talk about things. We can't oppose things. We can't doubt things, even with one another or even with people within quote unquote the same movement. And then people on the other side, the left, we just deem them as bad. I mean, that's what it's been because of this political stuff that's been going on for years. And like she brought up, she mentioned the fact, and I've said it too, even when Clinton was in office or even when Bush was in office, we was never at a point like we couldn't talk to someone because, oh, they're a liberal or Democrat or because they're a Republican, conservative. It was never that. It's just like, okay, who cares? They were still our friends. And nowadays we're so hard at this stuff that, and a lot of us know this because we went through it. And it's like, I'm looking back on this, like, why? But we're at a place now, it's like, we were, I think we're starting to come out of this, and a lot of people are starting to see the silver lining or the balance. But we were at a place at one point, like, yo, if you didn't vote for Trump, or if you voted for Trump, we're cutting ties. We're no longer family members. We're no longer friends. People was divorcing. People were breaking up over this type of stuff. And I get it to a point because, like, when you start to get into some of the deeper things in some of the stuff in regards to maybe political views, supposedly the right is against abortion. Supposedly the left is for abortion. But I don't really think it's a left or right thing. I think that's an individual based type of thing. But so you have husband and wife together, one's for abortion, one's not. That's going to bring some issues. But people was getting this way over politics and divorcing, breaking up, no longer family members, no longer talking. Ooh, and it's like, just, I don't know. And I'm kind of seeing it come back together that people are starting to be able to talk. Like I told the doctor, I was like, yeah, I was down in Portland, and she had no clue about ICE whatsoever. Had no clue about ICE. Had no clue about last Saturday at ICE. No clue. Was it last Saturday or Saturday? Yes, Saturday before. So 2 weeks ago, week and a half ago. Had no clue about the ICE. Just there for the march. So her perspective, which is true, right? Her perspective was like, yeah, it was peaceful, which was true. And I told her that. I was like, yeah. I was like, yeah, because I was telling her, I've been out there with my thing, and she's like, see, I'm like, yeah, I know. And she's like, yeah, that's stupid. All the vandalism is stupid. So, I mean, we sit here and what we do because of things that have gone on, we sit here and we go, oh, the left, all they're doing is being violent. They're being violent. They're being violent. They're being violent. And we're pushing, we're believing, we're thinking, here she had no clue. No clue. And I know for a fact, I don't know for a fact, but I'm pretty sure she wouldn't be out endorsing violence and destruction. I mean, could I be wrong? Of course I could be wrong. But pretty much not. Went there because of some things, because of the climate that we're in, disagreeing with some things. Okay, great. Fine, no problem. Let's talk. And we can talk. And she even said to me, while we were in the office, she's like, this is refreshing because I don't ever get to talk about this type of stuff. Obviously, because people are going to get triggered and you don't bring up politics at work and things like that. I'm like, I don't care. So it's like I'm saying, it's just crazy where we're at, where we've been at, why we can't talk, we can't do things. So give me just a moment, you guys. I'm gonna keep this on, and I'll keep looking for some stuff. Give me like just 5 minutes. Okay. Sorry about that. So I'm trying to look for some other stuff. I don't know. Like I was saying, though, we should be able to talk, and hopefully, I hope we're getting back to that. I really do. I hope we're getting back to a place that we can speak to the quote unquote crazy left, and they can speak to the quote unquote bigots and Nazis and racists and all their stuff, right? All their hangups. Because if not, we're just going to continue to go down this path. It's not going to be good. Following drifting into it's time for the U.S. DOJ to investigate American officers taking foreign money without. Okay, so again, hold on. I want to check something because I already got the message from him, right? Well, anyway. Here, let me just show you guys this. Here, look at that. So this was an hour ago. The Iranian regime has officially announced the closure of Strait of Hormuz, citing massive Israel attacks inside Lebanon. For AP, well, that didn't last long. I said the same thing. Some of the largest Israeli strikes in Lebanon in recent history have taken place in the last 24 hours, risking the end of the U.S.-Iranian ceasefire. Yepers. Yep. But don't believe those things, you guys. Don't believe what's being said. They're not going to come out. Benjamin Netanyahu rejects President Trump's ceasefire and says the war will continue against Iran at any time he chooses. Netanyahu says he will achieve his objectives through further military action under his command. We are ready to resume the fighting at any moment. Our finger is on the trigger.
As you know, 2-week ceasefire has been ended, and Israel is stronger than ever. This is the bottom line of this campaign up until now. Let me say, there are still additional objectives for us to achieve, and we will achieve them either by agreement or by resumption of the fighting. We are ready to resume the fighting at any moment. Our finger is on the trigger. As you know, 2-week ceasefire has been announced between the U.S. and Iran. No, we were not surprised in the last moment, and I want to emphasize, this is not the end of the war. This is a step in order to achieve all the objectives, and Israel is stronger than ever. This is the bottom line of this campaign up until now. Let me say, there are still additional objectives for us to achieve, and we will achieve them either by.
Okay, so now what happens? That's the question. What happens now? What happens now? So he wants to go full throttle, all in, guns blazing, more so than we have. It's not stopping. So now here. Oh boy. Oh man, here it is. And I said this last night on Mr. Bill's live stream. I said this exact thing on Mr. Bill's live stream last night. Now, what do we do? What does the U.S. do? Because now the U.S. is going to have to make a decision, right? The U.S. is going to have to either say, if this is happening, right? If Israel continues to do this stuff after the ceasefire, is the U.S. going to say, okay, because you're going to have to make a decision. You can't just turn a blind eye and say, okay, well, Iran is doing it, right? Because you just heard him say the war. He said it's not over. Netanyahu just said it's not over. Whenever this was at, I mean, this thing was, and this is their news station. So for them to say it, if Caroline or whoever comes on and say, okay, well, don't believe stuff. This is their actual news station. I-24. That's the one I was just showing earlier. It's their news station. So if they keep going, do we back them? Or now do we turn on Israel? Or do we just back them and say, yeah, well, you guys can keep going. We got your back. And I'm not saying turn on Israel. I'm not saying turn on Israel, but I'm saying at least back up and say, no, we're not supporting you in this. In this. Would that happen or not? Would that happen or not? Because I think that's what they're going. Here's what I think. They're going to force Trump or someone to make that decision. They're going to force Trump or someone to make that decision. How loyal, how committed to us are you? Are you going to stay with us? Because we're not stopping. We're not stopping. We don't want no peace deals. We don't want a ceasefire. We're going to keep going. Are you with us? You going to continue to roll with us or not? Because they're pushing that would be pushing Trump. That'd be pushing the U.S. into doing something. You got to make a decision now. Because we're still going. The war for us, the war isn't over. So what are you going to do, homeboy? Big dog America, what are you going to do? We're still going. Are we still allies? Are we still friends? You still rolling? We still homies? You picking me up in the low rider or what? I don't know. This is going. This is going to get interesting. This is going to get interesting. I don't know how long ago he said this. Benjamin Netanyahu. I don't know how long ago he said that. So I can't comment on that. But obviously it's been over the past, almost 24 hours. Oh man. This is yeah. Yeah. I don't know what that is. Ooh. Where'd that plane go? You guys can't hear it. The drone either went up or did something. President Trump rejected Iran's 10-point plan and threw it in the garbage. Yes, he did. Some of what's been being said. Netanyahu rejects. So Drew Hernandez, I know he hasn't done no work. He wasn't MAGA, right? He wasn't in the movement. He hasn't been in the movement. He hasn't done no good stuff, but he says Netanyahu rejects Trump's ceasefire. This is not the end of the war. Yeah, tell this to the psychopath to stand down or just let them fight their own war on their own. A lot of people are not liking what's going on. A lot. And a lot of people are. A lot of people are liking it. A lot of people are not. What do you do? Where do you sit? You can hear that plane. Here, let me go to that. So you guys can hear it. Here. In case you guys can hear that. So that you hear the plane and it goes up and down. There are no left or right sides on this war. There is a lot to the war. Like I said, there's a lot to it, but I do agree with that. There's no left or right. So I don't see anything on AP coming up. Anything coming up on AP Live? NASA gives update on Artemis 2 crew head home from the moon. That's at 1 o'clock. The Artemis. What'd he say? That's at 1. That's at 1 o'clock. Okay. Funding Hamas. That's hard to believe. I don't know. Okay, Golf and Gun says this. You know, Israel was funding Hamas 50 million a week and gave a stand down order before act. Golf and Gun says that's hard to believe. Read Golf and Guns. Fact. That's a fact proven. Mohammed on Facebook says Israel has just struck oil refinery in Iran. When Iran responds, it's considered a terrorist attack of a regime in Iran. Where's your sources for that, Mohammed? Where's your sources that says that Israel just struck a oil refinery? I'm not seeing that yet. So please, if you can, so I can show it, provide a source. But I do agree with you, and kind of like what you're saying there. Israel has just struck a refinery, and then if Iran responds and they're, it's like, oh, they're the monsters, they're the bad. So I understand that, but unfortunately, this stuff has been going on for how long? So how do you know who really starts it? I guess if there's a ceasefire, it should at least set a tone of like no more, right? It should set a tone. But yeah, if you can give me a link or something, appreciate it. I'll look for it, but I'm going to need a link. Iran. It's oil. Everything's going to be old, more than likely. Yeah, since the beginning of time, it's been going on. Oh, there's something from 2 hours ago. Iran. No, it says Iran just bombed UAE. It doesn't say Israel. I don't see nothing. It says Iran. attacks UAE oil installations. Seven hours ago. All I'm seeing is Iran hit an oil thing 7 hours ago. Oil refinery on Iran's. Okay, hold on. Here's one. That's oil refinery on Iran's Leavitt Island was attacked this morning. The National Iranian Oil Refinery and Distribution Company confirmed no casualties have been reported. The attack reportedly originated from UAE, and it appears that Iran. And here's the other thing: there's so many connections, there's so many overlaying things and relationships and stuff like that. When we think Israel's connected to this person or Iran is connected to that. Like, well, if it's UAE, why is UAE bombing Iran? Like, how is this connected? Because that's what all the reports say. It says AUE, Iran targeted in Kuwait with missile drones. Great ceasefire, guys. They're blaming Iran. Yes, I don't know what you're saying, Mohammed. It don't look like it's Israel. It looks like it's Iran has struck Israel's. That was March 19th. Sorry, that's March 7th. 2 hours ago, strikes targeted on oil refinery in Iran on Leavitt Island today. The Iranian government labeled it an enemy attack. Iran is currently responding with strikes on locations in Kuwait, Bahrain. So, did they get attacked or did they attack somebody? Iran just bombed UAE oil installations in retaliation for this morning's attack on So 2 attacks have already happened. So someone attacked Iran. Iran went back on UAE. That's what it's sounding like. 7 hours ago, Iran's oil refinery facility on Leavitt Island. Right. And then now, okay. So UAE attacked Iran. Iran has responded to. I'll let you guys see it first. So I'm not just reading. Let me just show you guys so you can see what I'm looking at right here. So 2 minutes ago or 2 hours ago, you have this one. That's 2 hours ago. Oh, I gotta go back. So 2 hours ago, breaking Iran attacks UAE oil installations. Globe Observer is reporting that. Then there was 7 hours ago, latest ceasefire news. Iran's oil refinery facility on Leavitt Island is burning, and Iran is blaming the UAE for the attack. In response, Iran just fired retaliator missiles and drones at the UAE and Kuwait. Airstrikes have hit an Iranian oil refinery. But they're not hitting. So is that Israel? Is that I don't know. Like all this geographic areas and yeah. So well, that looks like missile strikes there. Did they move the camera? They did move the camera. I told you that drone was up in the air. He moved the camera. Why do you move the camera? It is. Look. Yep, look. Over Beirut. So this is actually live, you guys. Beirut right now in the middle of the night. This is actually live, so something just got hit. Something was hit. They moved the camera. I didn't hear no explosion though. Dolphin Guns, thank you for the Cash App, brother. Thank you. Thank you for the Cash App. God bless you. Appreciate it very much. Got some things coming up in May, so that will definitely be used for that. So thank you very much. So there should be some sort of strike here in a second. You guys will see at least the smoke. And they turn the camera and something is happening. Right there. Might be a fire. Might not even be. Beirut right now, live. Live right now, Beirut. I don't know if it was a bomb, but there's something smoking there to the left of your screen, right there. There's smoke going on, of some sort. Ben Shapiro says, this is crazy because I kind of somewhat agree based off biblical stuff, but this is, I don't know. Anyway, I don't know. Ben Shapiro says the Bible fully supports the destruction of the entire Iranian civilization and is supported by God. Shapiro says the Bible calls for destroying your oppressors and breaking the arm of the evildoer, which is true. It does, but it was Old Testament. Ben Shapiro is an absolute liar monster. So that is everything that he said there is true, but it's of the Old Testament. And I'm not sure how that. See, the problem is there was just like there's disobedient toward God nowadays. There was disobedient in the Old Testament. So that's another problem why we're where we're at, because there was disobedience. Context. All right, context. Let's hear what he says. Let's hear what Shapiro says on this part.
Zero things in Scripture suggest that Western civilization has some sort of a duty to uphold the. And again, when the president says that he thinks that God supports the United States, when we take out tyrannical dictators, when we kill Ayatollah Khamenei, a mass murderer, when we try to destroy the forward function of terror groups, he is correct about this. See, here's the thing. You're seeing a lot of people who have, shall we say, a casual acquaintance with Scripture, like who admit that they had not fully read through the Bible until 2 to 3 years ago, or suddenly it turns out bishops in their church. It's amazing how quickly they have learned biblical literacy. You know, these are the same people who will sit across from guests who tell them that the Bible is actually socialist and anti-capitalist. These characters. Well, it turns out that for those of us who have spent a lot of time engaging with the Scriptures, and here I'm talking specifically about the original Hebrew Scriptures, it turns out that the Psalms, for example, are filled with calls to crush oppressors and deliver the weak and needy from the hands of the wicked and to break the arm of the evildoer.
Yes.
Literally zero things in Scripture suggest that Western civilization has some sort of a duty to uphold the rule of wicked Islamist theocrats who murder their own people en masse, spread terrorism throughout the region, desire the defenestration of Christianity, yes, ask the Shia leaders of Iran what they think about Christianity, and threaten the West directly. Nothing in Scripture suggests
But nothing
that going along with those plans is somehow scripturally mandated.
Yeah, I get what he's saying, but even in Scripture, it don't even talk about context of the West in America and things like that either. So, to kind of insert that and make it tie in is off as well. Anywho, I gotta step away again for a few of you guys. Hey, if you guys like what I'm doing, you guys like my work, please consider going to Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, PayPal, all that stuff. My links are here at the bottom. They're pinned on Facebook and YouTube. It helps get me here and there to go cover events, report on stuff, interviews, things like that. So if you guys would like to contribute and help out, PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, Zelle, everything is the BC Preacher. Make sure you guys like, subscribe, and share, especially on here on YouTube. I'll be back in a few. I'll keep this on with Beirut in case anything happens, and be paying attention to breaking news. So I'll be back shortly.
What then?
Leavitt. مرتين. يقولوا الغرع جناح. انت في حدتها.
ما سمعنا شيء.
بس علي عم يقول لي حريق سيارة، ومحمد عم بيقول انه مسيرة على سيارة، بس ما متأكد شيء.
ما بين عندك بالكاميرا؟
ما بين شيء عندي، لا.
مش بهاي
الثانية
واللي تحت؟
هاي
اللي عند جماعتك تحت
ما بين ماشي.
بين شيء دخان عندك بهاي؟
ولا شيء.
What's up, you guys? Sorry I was gone longer than expected. Real quick, I don't know if you guys remember yesterday morning. I think it was yesterday morning. Was it yesterday morning? The warehouse in Ontario, California. It was yesterday morning. It was a massive warehouse and it caught fire. It looks like the smart guy filmed himself doing the act, like not that act, but catching the place on fire. Why? I don't know. But it appears that he filmed himself catching this massive 1.2 million square foot warehouse on fire. And there is footage of it, of him doing it. Why would you do such a thing? Like, what goes through people's minds? The warehouse would span roughly 11 city blocks, which prompted a massive response, 6-alarm fire from 175 firefighters and 20 engines working to put out the blaze. No injuries. Yes, ceasefire has been, it's been compromised. I don't know who's to blame. I guess it depends on how you look at it. Tel Aviv did it yesterday, last night. Israel did stuff today. UAE did stuff to Iran. Iran did stuff back to UAE. So there's been a lot of stuff. But let me show you this footage from this person who decided it was a good idea to catch a warehouse on fire. Don't ask me. I don't know why.
Should have paid us enough to fucking live. You know, we may not get paid enough to fucking live, but these bitches dirt cheap. All you had to do was pay us enough to live. All you had to do was pay us enough to fucking live. All you had to do was pay us enough to live. There goes your inventory. What in the world?
Gas fire or some shit. You feel the heat. Yeah. You feel it? That's huge, man.
爆炸。What?
No, we already called the cops.
This guy set the warehouse on fire.
They let some authorities.
It was yesterday morning breaking news in Ontario, California. What in the world? Because he wasn't making it.
That's crazy, that fireman.
Warehouse in
Look
Ontario.
at him on the top of the fire. Subhanallah.
Hope it was worth it. Was it? Would that be worth? I don't know. Would that be worth it? Would that be worth it to catch a building on fire? Is it worth it? I don't know if it's worth it. Is it worth it? Wait, did Trump speak on what just happened? Hold on. Did Trump speak on?
But Israel violated it too.
Okay, he did speak on it. When was this? How come? I guess Trump did speak on it. He spoke on Israel.
Do you believe
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too. Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because the one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that.
Okay, I like that.
You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Whoa.
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too. Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because the one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
And then walks away. Oh man, this stuff is just getting better by the day, doesn't it? Just gets better by the day. Oh man. What in the world? That was on C-SPAN? Why? Oh man. Oh. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. They don't know what they're doing. I want to watch End Time Prophecy for a minute, see what they're talking about. See what End Time Prophecies is talking about for a moment, huh? Just for a few.
Olivet Discourse. After Jesus' triumphal entry on the foal of an ass and the temple cleansing, you understand Matthew probably what, 21 over to 24.
What are they saying? It's
He comes
live
in his
right
triumphal
now.
entry down the Palm Sunday pathway. He has
They're live
the,
right now.
then he talks to the, he goes and does a temple cleansing, turns the money changers over in the temple. This will be considered a house of prayer. We see the intense debates in the temple right there, that where Jesus is, he's come to town for the feast days. He knows he's going to be crucified. And the debates in the temples where the Pharisees are challenging Jesus's authority, the parables that he gave, the question on the taxes and the resurrection, and it's like the 8 woes, I think it is, against the Pharisees, and then the widow's offering. And then as Jesus and the disciples leave the temple in Matthew chapter 24 is where we pick it up, he predicts the destruction of the temple. They were showing him, look how beautiful the temple is. And he said, you guys, all this is coming down. Not one stone's going to be left on another. This is in the beginning of Matthew chapter 24. So it's like throwing cold water in the disciples' face. What do you mean this is the center of Jewish life? What do you mean this is coming down? He said, it's all going down, coming down. Not one stone's going to be left on another. And the Bible says they went about a day's journey over to the Mount of Olives. I've stood there so many times wishing I knew where they stood and that I could have been there for that conversation. But they sat on the Mount of Olives, the Bible says, where the disciples asked Jesus about the end time. What's going to be the sign of your coming and of the end of the age? And this launched the Olivet Discourse, Matthew 24 and 25, Mark 13, Luke 21. And so the Olivet Discourse, it stands as one of the very last extended teachings that Jesus gave his disciples while he walked on the earth. Many Bible students consider Matthew 24 the most famous prophecy chapter in the entirety of all Scripture. There is Revelation in Daniel, and I understand that. But when Jesus himself talks about, he gives just a very clear outline of what would happen here. So to many, it's the most famous prophecy chapter in the entire Bible. And think about this. It was delivered early the same week that Jesus was crucified. That's the timing of all of this. So it was pretty important what he talked about, right? Well, we're going to get into it on the backside of the break, because therefore, be ye also ready. That was his message.
Be ye ready. Yeah, they're live right now. I'll come back to them.
One of the most frequently asked questions we receive at End Time Ministry.
See if there's anything they're talking about. I'm trying to see if there's any breaking news. Trying to see if there's any breaking news besides Trump dropping stuff, dropping bombs. Let me see. I know that there's supposed to be a press conference coming up with NASA. Yeah, there's nothing being reported. Not really. Not really. So, see my mods. No. The poll I did earlier, I was doing that poll 41 seconds ago on BRICS News. Iran says U.S. claim that Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire is an excuse to breach the agreement. Yep. Israel considering awarding President Trump an Israel Peace Prize during his next visit. I'm sure they are. They're upset. U.S.-Iran ceasefire does not appear to be a formal written agreement, CNN reports. U.S. Vice President Vance warns Iran will face serious consequences if ceasefire agreement is broken. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. He's not happy. No. He was not happy. He was not happy in that piece. Not at all. Uh-oh, what's this? That's something old. That was something old. Yeah, there's nothing really in the news right now. Nothing hot. There is nothing like really live or coming up. Let me check. Actually, let me check the White House. The White House.
He gives the parable of the 5 wise and 5 foolish virgins. And it's just one thing after another. Make sure you're ready to go. Therefore, be ye also ready. So the Olivet Discourse, it says this. I'll go through this pretty quickly, but you've got to get this, everybody, because if Jesus was sitting here today, he would teach you about the gospel of the kingdom of God, and he would say, look, I'm getting ready to come very soon. of Matthew 20. This is sure the two in time. Jesus is. If you understand the timing of all of this,
He just came back.
Jesus is getting ready to be crucified in just a few days. And this, Matthew chapter 24 and 25, the Olivet Discourse, is the last major lengthy discourse that he's going to have with his disciples. He does have time with them at the Last Supper and probably talk with them in between times, obviously, but this is his last big teaching. The week that Jesus was crucified. And it was his urgent warning and preparation for what was coming. Think of it. He's talking to them, but he's speaking to us, the end time generation. And he talks about both the destruction of Jerusalem in 70 AD and the final events leading up to his glorious return. Now, we know the timing of all of this because immediately after the Olivet Discourse in Matthew chapter 26, verse 1 through 2, in the New Living Translation, it says this: when Jesus had finished saying all these things, the two previous chapters, he said to his disciples, as you know, Passover begins in 2 days, and the Son of Man will be handed over to be crucified.
Yeah.
So the Olivet Discourse is given the very week. His message. What was Jesus' message in the Olivet Discourse? Don't be deceived.
Yep.
You guys be watchful.
Not be
And
deceived.
number 3, whether you go in the rapture or the Lord comes for you individually, before then, make sure you are ready. This is what he's telling us all the way down through here. He does talk about the abomination. I'll get to that, but the abomination of desolation and the tribulation and things like that. But the main message of Matthew 24 and 25, make sure you're ready to go. He gives the parable of the 5 wise and 5 foolish virgins. And it's just one thing after another. Make sure you're ready to go. Therefore, be ye also ready. So the Olivet Discourse, it says this. I'll go through this pretty quickly, but you've got to get this, everybody, because if Jesus was sitting here today, he would teach you about the gospel of the kingdom of God, and he would say, look, I'm getting ready to come very soon. All of these prophecies I talked to you guys about that are laid out in the word of God all these years, thousands of years ago, they're happening all around you. Therefore, be ye also ready. For in such an hour as you think not, your Lord doth come. He could come for any one of us today. And then in a few years, the rapture will occur. I don't believe the rapture could happen today. Scripturally, no. I do not believe that. But you and I, most of us have lived long enough to know that the Lord could come for any one of us this afternoon. And so that's why I said at the beginning, there is no reason why anybody should not live their life like the Lord could come at any time. A lot of people have said, well, you guys believe in a post-tribulation rapture, so that takes the urgency out of it. It has not taken any urgency out of it for me, because I know firsthand that the Lord can take any one of us
anytime
this afternoon.
Yes, indeed.
So the Olivet Discourse, in verse 1, the Bible says, Jesus went out, departed from the temple, and his disciples came to him to show him the buildings of the temple. This is right here, just a few days before he's crucified. Jesus said unto them, see ye not all these things? Verily I say unto you, there shall not be one stone left upon another. All of it's going to be thrown down. And the Bible says, and as he went out, he just came out of the temple, so he goes across the Kidron Valley, right up to the Temple Mount. And the Bible says, and as he sat upon the Mount of Olives, the disciples came unto him privately and said, now hold on a second. When's this going to happen? Tell us, when shall these things be? And so when they asked that question, they're talking about the tearing down of the temple. He talks about that in Luke chapter 21, in Luke's account of this gospel here, of this, the Olivet Discourse. And then they say, and what shall be the sign of thy coming and of the end of the world? This is what he focuses on. So the word world there in verse 3 is, in the Greek, is aion, which means age. So they were saying, what's going to be the sign of it coming in the end of this age? So he's talking about our era, the time right before the second coming of Jesus Christ. That's when this age will end. Not the end of the world, because we still got another 1,000-year millennial reign yet, but the end of this age.
So
in verse 4, Jesus just takes off and starts telling them about the signs of his coming, when he's coming back, and the end of the age. Verse 4, it says, "And Jesus."
There is they are in the control room with Artemis, and they're talking to the astronauts.
Victor, it's 26.4.2902, 26.4.2902.
Okay, copy. Thank you for that. And I am going to look. I will not change anything, but I did not see a reference to this procedure in the previous two activities.
Roger. You should not have to get into this particular procedure for the setup. This is troubleshooting.
Okay, copy. That makes sense. Thank you for that. And just for your awareness, it is set up for the procedure.
Perfect. Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. You heard the IVA, or Intravehicular Activity Officer, troubleshooting with the teams here on the ground why we might not be seeing the 4K video that is being routed. Got confirmation that one of the ground sites is able to receive that video, so teams here are troubleshooting why we might not be getting it in the room. Meanwhile, aboard the spacecraft, NASA astronaut Christina Cook is in her exercise period. Later today, Christina Cook and Reed Wiseman will get into their opportunity to test the orthostatic intolerance garment. And Jeremy Hansen and Victor Glover will each take turns exercising.
What do they do to exercise up there? That's what I want to know. How do they exercise? I wonder if there's a video of that. Let me see. Exercising. How do they exercise? I want to see how they exercise in space. Here's a video of it. I got one. Here's a video of them exercising in space.
On Earth. Luckily, we have the capability to run here on the space station too. In fact, it's one of the 3 exercises that we do on a daily basis to help keep our hearts and our bones and our muscles strong while we're here without the gravity pull of Earth affecting our body every single day. So let me show you how we do it here. This is our treadmill. It's called T2. It's located in Node 3 on the International Space Station. You'll notice that the
treadmill can move. It's on a vibration isolation system like all of our exercise equipment is. And the reason is because there are a lot of loads when you run on a treadmill, and we really don't want to impart those loads onto the space station. So we have all of our exercise equipment on vibration isolation system. Obviously in space we need something to keep us on the ground when we're running. What we use is a harness, which is very much like a backpacking harness, and the straps are adjusted so that the load is evenly distributed between your shoulders and your hips, just as if you were backpacking. We attach, by these rings, the harness to a system of hooks and bungee cord. You can see there's some stretch in the bungee cord, and then we can adjust and change the number of hooks that we use. Today I'm going to use 4 hooks. If I were to use 3 hooks, it would provide a little more load. If I used 5 hooks, it would be a little less load. And then in that way, we can adjust the amount of load on our body as we're running. The T2 is controlled by our laptop here in front of the treadmill. And then once I'm all strapped in, I can go ahead and select a protocol. Our trainers on the ground get protocols designed for us that we can use. Load the protocol. This is an interval protocol that I can do. And now you can see that there's a target load. The target that my trainers wanted me to reach was a 100-pound load. There are load cells in the treadmill, and that's how it's determining. And you can see with the 4 hooks that I put on, it's pretty close to what the target load is. Click OK, and then I'm ready to run. You can see we also have heart rate on display. We wear heart rate monitors. And once I push start, the treadmill belt will start moving, and I'll just follow the protocol.
All right. Well, that's how they run in space, huh? So it wobbles up and down. But at the same time, it's floating. Weird. Good afternoon. I'm just trying to show stuff, wasting time. I was watching this thing where the astronauts were talking about, because they're talking to Mission Control. And Mission Control was saying that they're getting ready to exercise. So I was like, how do you exercise in space? So I was just kind of looking at that. But there's not really a lot going on. There's supposed listening to this.
This morning at 10:35
We're talking.
a.m. Central, we were 83,549 miles away from the moon, so almost 10,000 miles farther than we were just a few hours ago.
Hmm. Yeah, there's really not a lot going on, you guys. I'm trying to just look at stuff, keep going back and forth. But there's not really like any major breaking news. Even on the yeah, even on the Israel station, there's not really anything either. Let me check. Live. Nope. Nothing in Cali. Nothing in Cali. Agenda free is on. I'm surprised. He's just showing the same thing I'm kind of showing. Ceasefire. He's showing the same thing. How was my appointment? It was good. It was actually good because we had a good conversation. Found out that the doctor, she's not the doctor, but I mean she is. I forget her position. I found out she was in Portland last week for the No Kings. I found that out because she's asking if I've been bored. I'm like, no, I haven't been bored. She's like, what do you mean you haven't been bored? Because I'm supposed to be resting up. I'm like, no, I'm not bored. And so it came about that we had a little conversation. To be honest, it was good. It wasn't bad. So it was actually kind of good. It was actually kind of good. She's like, well, what do you do? And so I was all head. At first, I mean, because I don't go around telling people what I do. I just not. So I was like, yeah, I do a podcast and some stuff like that. She was like, well, why are you being secretive? I'm like, I'm not really. And then it kind of, she asked, and so I just told her what I do, and she's like, oh. And at first, I couldn't tell if she was liberal, and then she said something. She mentioned that she was, I think, Hispanic. Or her
Sorry,
children-
just bear with me for 1 second. I'm
children
trying to
was.
post something here.
And then it kind of went from there.
Thanks for your patience.
It was good, though. It was good. Oh, yeah, I told her I was there, too. But, what the funny thing about it is, she's like, so if I look you up online, I could find you. I was like, yeah, more than likely. Guess I go by a different name, though. My platform is under a different name. But no, it was a good conversation. I mean, definitely coming again, one of those type of things. And I said this earlier, hour ago, 2 hours ago, about people coming together and just talking. And because I don't know if she knew about it. That's a good question. I don't know if she knew about the local one. I'm sure they had it. They had them last year up here locally in this area. But she went to the Portland one, and then they went to Cannon Beach. That could be why. But yeah, she knew nothing about the nighttime activity. She knew nothing about ICE. Like, yeah, it's like that's usually what I cover the most is that type of stuff.
Hang on. So that's just one example. Those attacks that Kuwait said happened, that it's been dealing with from Iran after the ceasefire was announced.
She was too restrained.
And then maybe I can show you also. Let's see here.
She don't agree with the. She's definitely not like on the side of Pam and them. Like doing all that. Nothing wrong with peaceful. And she's a doctor. Like you could just tell that she's not going to be
here. Look,
person out at night doing that.
The Ministry of Defense of the UAE announces that the blatant Iranian attacks since the ceasefire took effect have reached 17 missiles and 35 drones. And the air defenses have successfully dealt with them.
Ministry of Defense announces that the. See, so he's on here. So here's the thing about what he does, what I do.
So, Iran appears to be breaking the ceasefire as well.
Yes, and that's what Trump said when he cussed. They don't know what they're doing. Like, oh, all right. I'm not calling you daddy. Somebody else might call you daddy, but I'm not calling you daddy. But someone just told somebody what was up. When Trump did that, I was like, oh, okay. Well. And he did say he kind of excused it. Sometimes it takes a minute for these things to kick in. But I think that's false information. If it takes a minute to kick things in, there should be a deadline. Like you have this amount of time. And he also did say that doesn't mean that you go out and just.
So I mentioned Qatar.
Unload.
I mentioned the UAE.
UAE hit Iran. Iran hit UAE back. I don't know how UAE plays into Israel. Why that?
I was trying to find something maybe quickly about Bahrain.
I don't know how all this stuff connects. I do not know. I have no. I mean, you would think that UAE.
But you get the idea.
That UAE is a part of Iran. You would think. I think they're Muslim. Isn't that Qatar? I have no clue. Different Muslims, maybe. 12:22. Oh, they're like a whole like. Is this up to date? Yeah. It's 12:22 a.m. in Beirut.
The Prime Minister of Pakistan posted today and said,
So he has
violations of ceasefire have been reported at few places across the conflict zone. At a few, it sounds like a few he meant, which undermines the spirit of the peace process. I earnestly and sincerely urge all parties to exercise restraint and respect the ceasefire for 2 weeks as agreed upon, so that diplomacy can take a lead role toward peaceful settlement of the conflict. That's the Prime Minister Sharif of Pakistan. About
Sharif.
6 hours ago. Mort says, naughty, naughty.
Sharif. Oh, Pam had to type me again.
Yeah, guys, we taught, somebody just mentioned Lebanon. We probably spent about a half an hour talking about the Lebanon situation earlier in the stream. Where we have a camera on Beirut right now. So, just to be clear, it's been, we discussed it a lot during this stream.
Proud Patriot lady.
Israel
Hello.
carrying out
Girl,
major
sorry.
attacks in Lebanon today.
How you doing? Where is
on Hezbollah targets, even though Iran and Pakistan say Lebanon is part of the ceasefire.
How do I get added to this conversation? What?
There was a video posted today. Where is this video from?
So stupid.
I don't know where this came from. I'd like to see who.
Oh, goodness. Some people are so irrelevant. And they need it.
There was a video posted from, I was going to repost from Lebanon. But let me see if I can find where this came from.
So any pictures from Lebanon is where they did the strike on Lebanon. Urgent. Jamaica creates internet.
Sorry. That was loud. What? Joe Truzman posted some videos.
Some of the things you see on here is just like, come on. Strait of Hormuz is not, I guess, all these people. Those people who said President Trump played his hand were wrong again. No. Laura Logan.
Trey Yinks posted a video. I'll post a link in the chat. I got to link my X account.
Donald Trump is on the verge of becoming the worst. No. All right. I'm not saying that.
Hold on. Let me post that.
Here's some different footage of Israel.
Let me get that posted.
Unleashing.
Sorry, there's a lot going on.
Sounds like me.
I want to get more of your comments.
Let me mute him for a minute.
I'm going to link my X account where I can post stuff. There's sometimes I see videos or photos, and
so here's other footage from today's Israel is unleashing hell on Lebanon's capital, Beirut, in response to Trump's call for ceasefire. Lebanon is the most Christian country in the Middle East, which is true. So it's interesting that this Christian nation of Israel is attacking and bombing Christians. Is it? So here is this piece of it. Here it is. The other bombing, vantage point. Look, everybody's just driving along. Look. Wow. Look at the jet. Wow. Ooh. Not good. Not good. Gonna start it back up. Hasn't even been, you know? It's only been a short time. And already back at it. No, thank you. What?
Yes.
No, thank you. Why they look like kids. No, the poll hasn't closed yet. Nope, I didn't close the poll yet. I kept it going for a day, I think. And 85% are saying no. No, I was just looking at something on here on the X. It's like, no, thank you. This guy, I guess this man, he went to Thailand for vacation, is going viral for revealing how he celebrated his birthday, which has surprisingly motivated thousands of men around the planet into wanting to visit Thailand. So it was just an interesting way to celebrate your birthday, I guess. I don't know. It's like 7 girls, and they all look like they're 16. Like, nope.
Birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday.
Did you girls enjoy it?
Yes. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday.
Did you girls enjoy it?
Yes.
Why does it seem fake? Why does it seem fake? Girls enjoy it?
Happy birthday.
It seems fake. They're all 15 years old. Like, dude, are you on the Epstein list? Yes, he's on the Epstein list. Isn't that the song that the liberals play down at ICE? He's on the Epstein list. Oh, look at this cute couple. This is a very charming. I like this picture. Somebody should put this on a shirt. It's a cute picture. I might put on a shirt, perhaps. I'd rock it. Maybe sell it. This is a cool picture, you guys. I like this picture. Look at that picture. That's amazing. That's a beautiful picture, isn't it? It's a beautiful picture. I'd wear it. Oh, I mean, seriously, look at that. That does look like it goes together. Don't tell me it don't. You guys are lying. Don't say it does not. That definitely looks like it is. It most certainly is. That is Bonnie and Clyde. 100% that's Bonnie and Clyde. That picture's charming. And I'm not being mean. I'm like that. I can absolutely 100% see it. I can see it there completely. So. Yes. Yes and yes. But there you guys go. I can end the show with that. Because I do gotta go. And I'll come back on later. That is cute. That's a good way to end the show. I don't think either one of them are married. I'm not being mean. You guys can say what you want. I'm not being mean. I'm just saying that look, it goes together. Maybe she's being nice. Maybe she's just being nice, which is fine. Maybe he's just being nice, which is fine, but they're both single. Both kind of lonely, more than likely. I know they got friends down there, but they should harmony together. Bonnie and Clyde 2.0. Hey, I don't. I'm not saying Nathan. I'm not saying Nathan. Just saw the picture. I was like, oh, since when? Like, okay, all right. It'll be this evening, few hours. Another 4 hours, probably 4 or 5 hours before I come back on. We'll see what's going on, see if there's any more poo-poo bang bangs on the other side of the planet. So we'll see. But I will be on definitely later. They both love attention. How do you know that? How do you know that they both love attention? It is a decent picture. Yes, it absolutely is a decent picture. Absolutely is a decent picture. So, all right. I just want to leave you guys with that. As I was coming across it, I was like, perfect. I got to run. Got a few things to do. I'll be back on later this evening, you guys. Thank you guys for tuning in. Yeah, special shout out to the camera person, whoever it was that took the picture. All right. I'll talk to you guys soon.